free to proceed, Rick. Rick, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you, Max. I'm going to call the meeting of the Planning Commission virtual regular meeting Friday, July 10th, 2020 to order. Mr. Weber, could you do a roll call, please?
Sure. Mr. Trunzo.
Here.
Mr. Covington.
Here.
Mr. Hunker.
Here.
Ms. Matcha.
Here.
Ms. Lucier.
I believe she may be late.
Okay. Mr. Strange.
Here.
Mr. Kaufman.
Here on the phone.
And Mr. Perry.
Here. We have a quorum. Hopefully Ms. Lucier will be able to join us. She had a personal conflict earlier. And could you do the verification of meeting notice, please?
The agenda for the Planning Commission regular meeting was posted in City Hall and on the city portal on June 30th. Public notice for preliminary review of site plan review application number 0620-03-Clearspace for the property located at 415 Rehoboth Avenue was posted in City Hall and on the city portal on June 22nd. Notice was published in Cape Gazette on June 26th and June 30th, Coast Press on July 1st, and Delaware State News on June 24th and June 25th. Notification specific to this project was mailed out to property owners within 200 feet, and signage was posted on the property. The public notice for preliminary review of site plan review application number 0620-03- Spotlight for the property located at 417 Rehoboth Avenue was posted in City Hall and on the city portal on June 22nd. Notice was published in the Cape Gazette on June 26th and June 30th, Coast Press on July 1st, and Delaware State News on June 24th and 25th. Notification specific to this project was mailed out to the property owners within 200 feet, and signage was posted on the property. That's all I have, Chairman.
Thank you, Ann. The next item on the agenda is approval of minutes. We have one set of minutes for approval for the regular meeting held on June 12th, 2020. Are there any comments from the commissioners on those minutes?
No comments.
No comment.
No
I
comment.
reviewed them this morning. I think they're great.
Yes, I reviewed them as well, and I think they're fine.
Yeah, it captured the spirit of the meeting quite well.
Very well.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
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 Okay, thank you. The motion carries. The next item on the agenda is correspondence. We have a rather lengthy list of correspondence received by the Planning Commission, which have all been posted to the agenda packet. I know I've had an opportunity to review all of the correspondence that we have received, and I trust that the other commissioners have had the opportunity as well as the public.
Yes.
To do that. Okay. The next order of business is old business, and it's the comprehensive development plan update, including discussion of next steps. This will be trying to keep this to a limited discussion. Debbie File, our consultant, is not available today, but our plan was to have a special meeting of the Board of Commissioners within a couple of weeks, which will be devoted solely to the CDP, at which point we will get into more extensive detail about the comprehensive development plan progress. I do want to note that included in the agenda packet is the Municipal Comprehensive Land Use Plan Annual Report for 2020. That was submitted to the state by Mayor Paul Coombs and provides, I think, some useful updated information about the status of the CDP and in particular items that are from the previous CDP that are continuing items that have been accomplished since the last CDP was done, and a general status update. And I encourage everyone to read that. Hopefully it has already been posted to the city's website. If it hasn't, I'm sure it will be very shortly. Did any commissioners have any comments on this agenda item?
No questions, but I was just going to comment again. I thought this was well written and certainly captured the spirit of the key issues. Thank you.
Any other commissioners?
No.
Okay. I know that there was one member of the public who had indicated a specific interest to speak on the CDP. Mark Betchkel, are you on?
I captured the spirit of the issue. Thank you.
Any other commissioners? Okay, comments are limited to 3 minutes. I know that there was one member.
Mr. Betchkel?
Yes.
Yes, comments are limited to 3 minutes, Mark.
Okay, I sent in a correspondence questioning why in the comprehensive development plan you were not considering rezoning the 400 block of Rehoboth Avenue to reflect the community that surrounds it, which is multifamily and single-family homes and mixed-use residential and commercial. It is one of only 2 places in the city where C1 backs up to R2. And the remaining area surrounding Sussex Street was all rezoned from C1 to R2 or R1. And the 400 block of Sussex Street, of Rehoboth Avenue was neglected. And so why in your deliberations of the comprehensive plan are you not considering protecting that residential neighborhood as you did to the area around it?
At this point in time, I don't believe that the Planning Commission has addressed zoning issues of that type in connection with the CDP. We are continuing the process of obtaining information from various sources, including the public, and will take into account comments of that nature at the time that we are considering the CDP.
Well, if you approve a clear space development before you consider the zoning of the area, you sort of have the cart before the horse.
Well, the zoning for the area is what it is at this point, and that's what we're going to have to deal with.
But the comprehensive development plan does have the force of law. And if you look back to the 2004 and 2010 comprehensive development plans, the areas around Rehoboth Avenue, Columbia, Sussex, Grove, etc., were all rezoned to protect that as a residential neighborhood. And unfortunately, the 400 block of Rehoboth Avenue was neglected.
Well, Rehoboth Avenue as a whole is a commercial district, and the properties on Sussex, as I recall from the past, most of the people who are still property owners there bought those properties when it was zoned commercial. It was rezoned subsequently, and there was, as I understand, no intention to rezone the properties on Rehoboth Avenue itself.
But why were they rezoned? I mean, it was in part because, and it says so in the comprehensive development plan, that the city did not want a large commercial structure at the entrance to the city. And you are about on your next agenda item to consider a large commercial structure at the entrance to the city.
Well, to be quite frank, I wasn't involved in the development and implementation of the earlier CDPs or the zoning of the properties. Is something that the Planning Commission can consider in the future. And if Sussex Street had developed residentially, and that drove the zoning change, and that's the simple fact. I don't believe that there was any record of people seeking to change the zoning on Rehoboth Avenue to a residential zone.
Well, I do want to make you aware what was in the 2004 plan. It says the ability of the new traffic roundabout to perform traffic calming and create a better flow of traffic on Rehoboth Avenue could be seriously jeopardized if a large commercial development took place near the corner of Columbia and Grove Street. Therefore, the rezoning of this block from C3 to R2 will also protect against creation of added traffic and safety concerns at the perimeter of the new traffic roundabout. Now, that was said in 2004, and it's true today. So I hope you would take that into consideration.
We're certainly going to take that into consideration, Mark. And I also think it is fair to say that there have been some changes to the roundabout that have taken place since 2004. Thank you for your comments. They are appreciated.
Thank you.
The next item of business is new business, and it is the preliminary.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
you had a member of the public that had their hand raised. I believe
I'm
it was
sorry.
Susan Gay.
Okay. Yes. Susan, please.
Hold 1 second, I'm trying to find her in the list here. There we go.
There you go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
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 Okay, first of all, Rick, thank you very much for posting that annual land use plan. I know that the commissioners had gotten it a couple of weeks ago, and I'm just glad for it to be out there so that the public can look at it, because there hasn't been, much substantive communication recently about the CDP, and I know you all are working hard to try to keep that January deadline. But I just wanted to, in preparation for our meeting in a few weeks, which I actually didn't know about till you just said that, but for discussion either today among you or just so you all can know, I had a couple of issues that jumped out at me when I read it. And one of it really involves the public input to the CDP, and the other one involves the trend regarding redevelopment and code changes. So I just want to make note of that. First of all, the update says that there has been extensive outreach to gather information from the community. So I would ask how, who, and where, because I understand that the 2 expos that were planned had to be canceled due to the pandemic. Totally understandable. But to date, there has still been no public meetings devoted to the CDP in terms of workshop. And by comparison, the last CDP had 9 workshops plus 2 public information sessions, a formal public hearing, in addition to all of the individual conversations that PC members had with public. And in all, hundreds of people participated. So I know that the overall development of the CDP takes several years, and I know we started this one back when I was on the Planning Commission. In fact, one of my assignments at the beginning was to create a list of all workshop topics from the last CDP process so that we could plan ahead to schedule workshops. And last summer, we actually did 2. We did one on sea level rise and we did one on mixed use, but there have been none since then. So I'm concerned about a draft being presented, and I have heard that in your updates at previous meetings. And I'm concerned that the public input is going to be relegated to those drafts, and that we won't see the kind of topical workshops that have been so critical in the past. So that's just a concern. And then the second point is that I noticed in there a major trend that's noted in the annual report is one that I have not seen in any other annual report or in the 2010 CDP. So it was sort of new news, and that is that there are significant redevelopment projects that have identified inconsistencies within the code that may present obstacles to commercial development and may be overly burdensome. I know that right now, we, the commissioners, are dealing with the subsurface parking issue. I got that. But beyond that, I don't know. I think you all were going to be looking at transition changes in the future. I guess I thought those were going to come after the CDP. My concern is that we not let the projects dictate the direction of the CDP, but we let the CDP guide our response to the projects. 91% of the survey respondents said that managing future growth was a concern for them. And throughout the entire survey, which is great, I mean, the survey results are quite extensive. It comes streaming through those results that what people are really concerned about is not only growth, but protecting our natural resources and our primary assets of the beach and boardwalk. So I want to make sure that whatever we are doing with development is compatible with the CDP. Thanks.
Thank you, Susan. Appreciate those comments. I believe that the comment in the annual report about the number of redevelopment projects that we're seeing today was to simply recognize the fact that they have been coming to the Planning Commission, and they are matters that we need to address in the context of the existing CDP. But as you know, during the time that you served on the Planning Commission, we identified in connection with some of those projects what we considered to be some major issues and flaws and inconsistencies in the zoning code that made no sense, that needed to be addressed and should be addressed perhaps sooner rather than later. As you know, the city has budgeted for a review of the code, but the timeline that has been established for a rewrite is approximately 3 years. And you know, the question arises as to whether or not everything comes to a standstill, or as the Planning Commission identifies issues that they feel should be addressed as transition changes to the zoning code, they plan to recommend those to the Board of Commissioners for consideration. Such things as double counting of space above 12 feet, calculating additional parking spaces based on parking spaces, things of that nature, which I think there was a strong consensus in the Planning Commission while you were serving, and I believe still a strong consensus today, that those things should not be deferred and need to be addressed sooner rather than later. But I do appreciate your comments. It's not my intention, and I don't believe it's the intention of the current Planning Commission, to let proposed projects dictate what the CDP will envision for the future of the city. Certainly not my intent. As to your first comments with respect to how, who, and where, as you noted, we did extensive outreach through the surveys that we did last summer. As a matter of fact, our outside consultant, Debbie File, indicated that we had already at that point done more than virtually every other municipality that at least she deals with, and her reach is quite extensive within Delaware. And as you also noted, the COVID-19 pandemic sort of threw a real curveball at us and pulled the rug out from under what we had hoped would be a very useful outreach and opportunity to receive input from a broad spectrum of interested parties. There's nothing that we can do about the fact that those meetings could not take place. In the interim, the Planning Commission has been reaching out to organizations within the city and organizations outside the city that have relationships and provide services here in the city of Rehoboth Beach. That information is being compiled and will be taken into account in the early drafts of the proposed CDP. We have set up tentative dates. I believe that there are currently 4 that have been reserved on the city's calendar for special meetings of the Planning Commission, with the full intention to utilize those meetings for further discussion as well as input from the public on the CDP. That is something that is currently being worked on, and as we develop the plans for each of those meetings, they will be made public. As always, I appreciate your input, Susan. You've always been very helpful in this regard, and you know, as you know, the Planning Commission welcomes any suggestions. So I hope I've answered your questions. I don't know if any of the other commissioners have anything they would like to add.
I'd like to add on to Rick's comments a little bit, Susan, because the concerns that you expressed are something that we're concerned about too. And Rick and I talk about almost weekly, how do we keep the wheels on? How do we keep moving forward? And, you know, on which dates do we have enough information that we can reveal information to the public and let them begin reacting to it? The commissioners, there's a lot of stakeholders here. We have probably exhausted the information gathering behind the scenes activities, the surveys, the individual outreach to community groups and that sort of thing. And folks have responded to that pretty well. We do have a lot of preliminary information, for instance, from SOLA, and groups like that have been queued up to be able to give presentations. We can't give an exact time frame yet because we don't have these meetings nailed down, but you know, within the 3-month time frame, we're anticipating a lot of information being shared and coming back from organizations. So I do think we have a plan. We do want the plan, the timeline, to be public, and we're working very hard to get to the place that we can have, instead of a discussion of the timeline like we've had at the most recent meetings, that we can actually commit to the dates and the particular topics. So in July, I share your frustrations with we're not quite where we want to be, but we're very close. And I think by the end of the month, a lot of this will be very much more clear. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. Again, thank you, Susan, and also Jeff. Appreciate it. Moving on to new business. The first matter is the preliminary review of site plan review application number 062003 Clear Space Theater. And the second one is a preliminary review of site plan review application number 0620-03 Rehoboth Spotlight. Before we get into actually taking up these matters, considering these matters, I want to address some matters that pertain to these two agenda items. My comments relate to accusations, and inaccurate and misleading statements regarding me personally and in my role as chair of this Planning Commission and the Planning Commission as well in connection with these preliminary site plan reviews. First, despite the false and unfounded public statements in the press, on social media, and in correspondence to this Planning Commission, that the applicants are getting special, preferential, or expedited treatment from me or the Planning Commission, they are not. To the contrary, the consideration of these preliminary Clear Space and Spotlight site plans at this meeting are completely in accordance with the code, our policies and procedures, and usual and customary practice as with any application. Statements that I or the Planning Commission granted any form of expedited consideration of these applications are totally and categorically false. To suggest that I or this Planning Commission acted in any way contrary to the code and in the best interest of our city is an insult to the integrity of every member of this Planning Commission. Second, the accusations that I have a conflict of interest involving Eugene Lawson, counsel to the applicants, are premised on facts that are inaccurate and assumptions made by persons who have no knowledge of the actual facts. Yet they are publishing false and misleading statements that publicly call into question my personal integrity and damage my reputation. Contrary to Mr. Bechtel's claims and accusations in his July 3rd, 2020 Cape Gazette full-page ad, his correspondence sent to this planning commission and his social media posts, as well as those by others following his lead, Attorney Lawson is not my personal real estate attorney, nor did he represent me in February 2020 in the purchase and sale of an investment property in this city. One, there was no purchase and sale transaction as alleged. It was a mortgage refinancing transaction. Two, Attorney Lawson represented Howard Bank, not me, in connection with that mortgage refinancing. Three, Attorney Lawson was given closing instructions by Howard Bank that included, among other things, a requirement that, quote, title to be taken out of the LLC and into the borrower's individual name, close quote. Four, Attorney Lawson prepared a deed as required by his client, Howard Bank. And Attorney Lawson has never represented me in a real estate transaction. Mr. Bechtel also erroneously and falsely claims that I was represented by Attorney Lawson in connection with an appeal to the Board of Adjustment in February 2016. The appeal was filed by E&R Enterprise LLC on its own behalf and not by Attorney Lawson. E&R is a company in which I have an ownership interest. E&R's filing letter stated that it understands that appeals based on similar facts have been filed with the Board of Adjustment. Appellant, meaning E&R, is willing to consider consolidating its appeal with these other proceedings to facilitate action by the Board of Adjustment, provided, however, the appellant, that being E&R, reserves its rights to maintain its appeal as a separate proceeding. Attorney Lawson filed appeals with the BOA on behalf of several other parties, not on behalf of E&R, but with claims similar to those of E&R. He then sought to consolidate his client's appeals along with E&R's appeal in reliance upon the statement I just read. Despite the wording in the minutes of the February 22, 2016 meeting of the Board of Adjustment, E&R was not a client of Attorney Lawson. In any event, Attorney Lawson's motion to consolidate was denied. E&R's appeal was never heard and was withdrawn, and therefore E&R could never have been represented in its appeal by Attorney Lawson. I am submitting documents with these statements that substantiate the facts that I have outlined. There are many other allegations and accusations leveled against me by Mr. Bechtel and others that suffer from the same factual deficiencies. These unwarranted defamatory attacks against me and others have legal consequences. They need to stop. I've taken up enough precious time that should be devoted to our real work. I felt it was necessary, however, to defend not only my integrity and reputation, but also the integrity and reputation of this planning commission, all its members and others who are being unjustly maligned. It is also a matter of principle. These sideshows, woven together of untruths, inaccurate information, false assumptions, and baseless, ridiculous conspiracy theories, add nothing of substance to the debate, discussion, and consideration of the merits or lack thereof relating to the proposals we are charged with reviewing. As I often say, when you come into these meetings, leave your personal prejudices at the door. We are here to consider the facts before us fairly. That is what we are here to do. More broadly, these kinds of attacks undermine our process, deprive our stakeholders and others who deal with our city of a functioning city government that is supposed to be here to serve them. The attacks seek to isolate and intimidate our public servants by alleging improprieties every time they communicate or work with applicants, a perfectly acceptable and essential way to conduct business in any other properly functioning municipal government. The worst consequence, however, is the divisiveness and animosity that the attacks inject into our community and our relationships with each other. I would like to conclude by saying, if you have constructive criticisms or helpful suggestions regarding any matters before this planning commission, or for that matter, anything involving the city, then make them. They are welcomed, but please let's stop this nonsense. In answer to the suggestions and even demands by some, I will not remove these applications from consideration at this meeting of the Planning Commission. Inasmuch as I do not believe that I have acted improperly, and I do not believe that I have a conflict of interest, I will not recuse myself from participating as chair of this Planning Commission or otherwise in connection with these applications. The facts speak the truth. With that, I will ask if any of the other commissioners have any comments to make.
Rick, this is Barry Covington. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
You hear me, right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I want to say your comments were well spoken. I am glad you made them, and I concur in your reasons and understand your comments very much. And thank you so much for making them. Also, if we're talking about Mr. Lawson, in the name of transparency, I too was also represented by Mr. Lawson in 2015 when he assisted us with the real estate settlement of our new home in Rehoboth Beach. And subsequently, he represented my wife and me when we tried to secure a building permit to put a pool in the backyard of our new home. It wasn't even until a few days ago that I even learned that Mr. Lawson represented Clear Space. I only discovered this after reading one of the emails sent to the planning board. The fact that Mr. Lawson represents Clear Space is of little importance for me. My job is to participate in this site review process and to render my opinion based upon the facts and the law presented before me. I have made no decision either for or against this application and feel it is my duty as a planning commissioner to participate in this decision-making process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Covington. Appreciate your transparency as well. Any other commissioner comments?
This is Jeff Trunzo. I'd like to say a little bit about the timelines and how the chairman operates the committee. We talk at least weekly about, as I said earlier, keeping the committee moving, and we had agreed very early in April that we needed to really push hard to get regular meetings reconvened because we know what the workload is like, and we know that even the break that we had was going to cause some repercussions down the road. Knowledge of Clear Space to me is I got the same information that everybody else got at the same time. I don't know anything about allegations with city staff or meetings or those sorts of things. So I have nothing to review in that regard. But I do know that Rick and I talk at least weekly, and we discuss what comes in and what's probably going to come in and what the timing was. And Rick did share with me that, there was a request to have an expedited review. And we did talk about that. And we didn't talk about it for very long because as we were each talking, we realized we were of the same mind that, this is a very important community development and it deserves the normal time frame. And that's it. That's what it's getting. So I just want to make sure that folks realize that we do take this into consideration, and a project of this size, cannot be sped through the process.
Thank you, Jeff. Anyone else?
Rick, this is Barry Covington again.
Yes, Barry. Yes.
I just want to reemphasize the fact that this idea of us having secret meetings or people in the community having secret meetings with the mayor or the city solicitor or the building inspector, it's really kind of nonsense. Anybody who's going to put as much money into the development of real estate within the city of Rehoboth Beach, before he starts spending a lot of money developing site plans and engineering and architectural plans, is going to want to meet with the mayor to see the possibility of it being accepted in the community, meet with the building inspector to make sure that they're on the right path. And this is done all the time with all building projects. So I think it's a misjudgment to say that there were secret meetings to get clear space, approved. So I just wanted to add that part to it.
Thank you, Barry. I think the same holds true, not just for commercial development, but, frankly, anybody who's planning on building even a residence, that may have questions about, what they can do or what design they might be able to use, any questions about setbacks, things of that nature before spending a lot of money, even for a residential property. They want to, and quite frankly, they're entitled to go and speak with our public servants and get input from them and understand the code. I think we all recognize the code is not easy to piece together with its contradictions and all, and so it's important for people to have access to the people in the building and licensing department and others to discuss what they want to propose. It's done in every single community that I'm aware of, and it is usual course of business. I agree with you, Barry, to suggest that just because you've had a conversation with the building inspector or the mayor or a commissioner, who are their elected representatives as well, doesn't mean that there's a conspiracy or secret meetings to circumvent the existing code. Any other commissioners?
Rick, Steve Kaufman.
Yes.
My experience with these matters is those kinds of meetings are fine. Once an application is filed, the ex parte communications are not prohibited, are not permitted. However, even ex parte communications are permitted if full disclosure is made on the record. So as far as first of all, I don't know any of these people that you've been talking about. I've never talked to anybody at ClearSpace, and I'm going to hear the full record today, but it's very normal in the course of business for people to speak to members of the governing body prior to filing of any application in terms of clarification for information. So, as I said, to my knowledge, there have been no discussions once this application was filed. So that's just my thought.
Thank you, Steve. I agree with the points that you just made. And I just want to say for the record that I, for one, have had no discussions with anyone at ClearSpace until the plans were sent to the Planning Commission by the building inspector. I had no idea what they were. And so, I just want to be clear about that. And I do agree that once an application is filed, ex parte communications should not happen. And to the extent that they do, and a commissioner comes into possession of information that is material, that information needs to be disclosed to the entire Planning Commission and thus publicly. So, anyone else? Seeing no other interested commissioners, let me start out first by briefly outlining the code provisions that apply to preliminary site plan reviews and what purposes. Section 236.32 sets forth procedures for site plan reviews forwarded to the Planning Commission following the Building and Licensing Department review, and they are to be made available to the Commission at least 28 days before a regular meeting to be placed on the next available Planning Commission agenda for preliminary review. that is what occurred in this instance. The purpose of a preliminary review meeting is to receive preliminary input from city officials, nearby property owners, and the public to determine whether additional information is needed from the applicant or others, and whether there are legal or factual issues that need further clarification prior to final action by the Planning Commission at a subsequent meeting. The next step would be a public hearing, and that occurs only when an applicant who has addressed the issues, if any, identified during preliminary review, shall have its site plan placed on the Planning Commission's agenda for a public hearing and action by the Planning Commission. The scheduling of this public hearing shall be at the discretion of the chair of the Planning Commission in consideration of the ongoing workload of the commission. After the public hearing, this today, I want to remind you, is not a public hearing. It's a preliminary site plan review. The Planning Commission may vote to approve subject to changes or conditions, or deny the site plan review application. If the site plan review application is approved subject to changes or conditions, or denied, the Planning Commission shall prepare written findings of fact in support of the changes or conditions or denial. All work shall be completed as shown on an approved site plan, and any revision to an approved site plan shall be in accordance with the procedures for amendments and additions in this article of the code. That outlines the basic code provisions that apply to consideration by this Planning Commission of preliminary site plan reviews, and when a public hearing addresses an approval or denial or approval with conditions. The Planning Commission is charged with the responsibility of looking at a number of issues that are identified in our code. And this Planning Commission in particular has been very clear about its position with respect to when matters should be forwarded to the Planning Commission for consideration. I want to remind the public that it was this Planning Commission that made it clear that any applications, notwithstanding the fact that they may be code compliant, but which otherwise raise issues of an increase in intensity or were such that the building inspector believed in his discretion should be referred to the Planning Commission for consideration, just such as these two applications that we have on the agenda today are here because of our focus and our clarity on what we expect to come before this Planning Commission. In the absence of that, because the building inspector, as he will tell you, these plans are code compliant, they could have been approved without our review and without any public input or scrutiny. That is not what this Planning Commission did, and that's why we're here. So with that, we can begin our consideration. The process is that the building inspector will make his comments and state his findings on the applications that were submitted. The commissioners will then have an opportunity to question the building inspector. After that, the applicants will have an opportunity to present their side, and the commissioners will then have an opportunity to ask questions of the applicants. Following that, there will be public comment, and public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per person. You must state your name and address before speaking. When you raise your hand, we will try as best as possible with some 33 participants on this call to recognize you in order if possible, but we will be monitoring the participant screen And so if you wish to comment at an appropriate time, please, if you're on the screen, just use the raise hand opportunity button down in the lower right-hand corner. With that, Mr. Molina, could you please provide us with the building inspector's findings and report on item 7A, which is the preliminary site plan review for the Clear Space Theater at 415 Rehoboth Avenue?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members and fellow members with us today. Before I begin my presentation on my report, I have 4 items that I want to bring to your attention.
Don?
Yeah.
Could you, perhaps lower your mask or something? It's very, we can't hear you.
Okay, I could take it off since I'm by myself.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I just congratulated yourself and the other members of the Planning Commission for holding this hearing today. I want to start, before I begin my report, by making 4 comments regarding the project. First of all, the zoning, the plans were reviewed based on the zoning code, the provisions of the zoning code, and the review was based on the language as is expressed and interpreted by me. 2, the plans were also reviewed based on the submitted interior uses. And 3, the plan, there is an issue that I would leave to Glenn to discuss with the Planning Commission, and that involves that the consolidation of the 2 lots, 413, 415, will require Planning Commission approval. And 4th, the use of city property in the design is a matter for additional discussion as well.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Do you want to continue, please?
Okay. Involving, we're using the same case number 0620-03 for both the Clear Space Theater and the Spotlight Theater. The address before this matter is 415 Rehoboth Avenue, and the parcel number is 334-13.2-164.00/165. On the zoning use, it will fall under section 270-3E, and it is C1, and it's classified as a tier 3 use. The lot size proposed is 10,000 square feet. Based on the lot size, the FAR permitted under section 270-21E5 is 20,000. So you multiply 2 times 10. The applicant has proposed a FAR of 14,948. My calculation was 14,928. The height of the building based on section 270-28, which is allowed is 42. They're proposing 41 feet 8 inches, and that's mostly the proscenium that they're proposing. The lot coverage under 270-21C is 100% permitted. They're proposing 89%. The rear setback, because it abuts a residential property under section 270-25A, is required 5 feet buffer, which is the buffer. 5 feet of the buffer will be green, and then there's an exit way, walkway, which adds an additional 5 feet. So actually, they're proposing a distance of setback from the rear setback of 10 feet. the refuse storage under section 270-27 will be in the interior of the building, at the loading zone entrance, on the front part of the building. Because the use falls under the required parking under the section 270-35, there's not any required parking based on the use and building size. And you have the comments for both projects attached in my report from the Director of Public Works and also from the project coordinator on the use of, on the impact of street parking at that location. Do you have any questions?
Do any of the commissioners have any questions of Mr. Molina at this time?
No.
Not at this time.
Okay, Dom, I do have one question at this time. Can you explain? I saw it noted somewhere that the filing fee was waived. Why was that?
It was waived because it's a matter of, to me, it was a matter of first impression that I referred to the city manager that this was a referral, and the applicant was not seeking to come before, that I understand, was not seeking to come before the planning commission until the referral was made. So based on the discussion, the city manager made the decision to not require a filing fee.
Okay, I was just curious. I didn't understand why. Yes, Mr. Strange.
Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah, I understand that. I understand the explanation. Yes, Commissioner Strange. We can't hear you.
All right, yeah,
Okay.
I was unmuted by Max.
Okay.
Yeah, Dom, I just have, it may sound like a trivial question, but all the drawings we received were on legal size paper. Did you receive D and E size drawings, or did you have to do all your analyses based on these?
No, I received full size drawing.
Okay, I would like to recommend for the future, Rick, and I think it would be very beneficial if you need to see drawings, in fact, it's required under the code, well, required under the plan requirements. It says each plans or drawing shall contain at a minimum, but then it says must be standard architectural engineering standards. These weren't. And I think we need to have D and E size drawings when we do something of this nature. When it's a simple subdivision, as we've had, it's not a problem. But with something of this magnitude, it really is important. And the PDFs that were generated from legal size documents, and the result is it's terrible to read.
Thank you for that input, Mike. I commented myself that we need to have a minimum font size requirement. These were extremely difficult to go through, and need to ensure that in the future the Planning Commission is provided with exactly what Mike has suggested. And let's be certain that that takes place. Any other commissioner questions of Mr. Molina at this point? Yes, Mark?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were seeking to be recognized. All right, then we will turn to the applicants. Who on the applicant side is going to make the initial presentation?
So it appears they're in the same room and they have all their audio on.
This is Donna West. And I guess you could mute everybody else in this room. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see me?
No.
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 I think I was
Okay.
cut off.
Yes, we can see you now, Donna.
Okay, can you see me now? Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Donna L. West. It's my honor to represent the Board of Directors for Clear Space Theater. I will tell you that this is a labor of love for all of us. I've been involved, as many of our board members, from the beginning of this journey for over 3 years. I'd like to thank the commission for taking the time to put us on the agenda for this very important project. We've put a lot of energy into this, and we've taken into consideration the feedback from all the different levels of government within Rehoboth Beach and the public, and taking that into consideration along with our architect. We realized that it was to the best interest of everybody to rethink the project from one building to 2 buildings. That it would make sense for so many reasons. Environmentally, when you have a theater that if we're not doing productions, we wouldn't have to have the air conditioning on or the heating. And the Spotlight building provides us opportunities to do so much more with rehearsal and classes for students as it relates to the arts. I think with that, because this meeting, there's a lot of folks that want to be heard. It's my honor to introduce Jean Lawson, who is our legal counsel, as well as Wesley Paulson, who is our executive director for Clear Space, and Stephanie Wickham, who is our development chairperson. So thanks again, and we look forward to a favorable result of today's meeting.
Thank you.
I may have to use Miss West's device in order to be able to be heard because it's not working.
There we go.
Okay, you already met Donna West. We also have on the line Sue Haynes, who's the architect from Grimm and Parker, and Stephanie Whitcomb, the director of development for the theater, and of course Wesley Paulson, who's the executive director of Clear Space. The reason that we're here is because, as Dom said, this was referred to the Planning Commission because the original review of this it seems like many years ago now, brought up a few things that need to be dealt with and items that need to be researched and explained. And so what happened was, at my insistence, we went ahead with the development of plans for buildings that would be code compliant, because that had been something that was brought up over and over. We wanted to be code compliant before we presented them to the city. So the reason is that during this time, there were meetings without plans, but they were only conceptual meetings. We did not produce plans until late last year when we finally produced them. And we didn't want to make them too public because the whole purpose of getting the design done was to make it a good theater first, and then make it a code compliant good theater, and then be a good neighbor to Rehoboth. So basically, we're here to answer your questions. We're here to do whatever we can do to convince you that this is a big asset for the city. It's not a detriment at all. And frankly, with the situation being as it is, where Clear Space is presently located, if they let people out of the theater into the ocean block, there's certainly no parking spaces available there. This theater on Rehoboth Avenue further up, frankly, will have more spaces available because it's away from the ocean block. But anyway, I want to make sure that we're here to answer your questions and to focus on concerns that you may have. And in that regard, I'm going to pass it back to Wesley and let him if you can hear him.
There we go. Hang on, we've got echo going on. The design you have in front of you for the
Lost you.
Wes, I think we lost you.
Unfortunately, every time I turn on his microphone, it starts feeding back. So he's in a room that has multiple people running the audios and microphones.
Mr. Paulson, are you and Miss West in the same room?
I can
share?
Let me, if you can unmute Stephanie Whitcomb, I will remove myself from the room. You won't have video.
Stephanie Whitcomb
any
is
better?
unmuted.
Is this any better?
Yes.
Yes.
The design that we have is a 256-seat theater. We no longer have a parking garage under it. We talked and listened to the neighbors, the comments in the previous hearing. We've removed the parking deck. We've been able to set the building back from the rear lot. Instead of 5 feet, it's 10 feet. The fly space has been re-engineered so that it fits within the 42-foot height limit. And we brought the theater building down within FAR. That's about the summary of that facility. I'm happy to answer questions or invite more detailed information if you'd like that. And Sue Haynes is also available on the call to talk about any features of the buildings that you may want to know about. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm not sure to whom this question is best directed, but just as a starting point, could someone, the applicant, tell us what you've done to address the concerns that have been raised in the past with your previous proposals, and how this proposal differs from those. I don't know that everyone is familiar with the background.
Sure, I can take that question. The original building that we proposed was a single structure, was, depending on who was doing the calculations, somewhere between 22 and 25,000 square feet. It sat up on what I guess is a platform or pedestal, had a parking garage underneath of it that accommodated 28 spaces. There is a device in theater known as a fly space, which is the architectural feature that allows backdrops. When you've been at a show, you see backdrops and even set pieces go up and down. And the height of that exceeded the 42-foot height limit. The building was built 5 feet from the rear property line, I'm trying to go from a little bit of memory, had rear-facing windows. It had a rooftop deck, and all of those things, the massive size, the rooftop deck, the setbacks, the perceived noise from parking late at night, lights coming back on the neighbors, all of those things, and even the public safety of 28 cars leaving out of the driveway right at the head of the circle all at once or in a queue caused concern. So we went back and said, how can we re-engineer this whole site? In talking, one of the neighbors in our conversation had made a list of his or her concerns, and we felt like we had addressed them pretty well. It wasn't as if, I hate to admit, but I have to be honest, we didn't have the checklist on the table with the architect, but we did look at it. And at the end of the day, we hit on most all of those requests. So the building is not as massive, and a lot of the amenities, I think, are more neighbor friendly. And I hope that was helpful.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, does anyone have any questions for the applicants?
I was just going to say that was helpful to me, as I wasn't on the commission first time around and had heard about the larger structure. And it's nice to know that you spoke with the neighbors and got the list of issues or grievances and addressed them. Thank you, Rick, for asking for that background.
Mr. Chairman, if I can add one thing regarding parking, I'd like to get in front of this. Since we own the lots, we have enjoyed the ability to have actors and staff park there this summer. Somebody walking by, a pedestrian came by and pointed that out and said, "What are you doing in the future?" And my point there was that we would be going back on the parking economy next year. You know, shuttle bus and everything else. So I wanted to just make that clear. Thank you.
Other commissioners, questions, comments at this time?
Rick, to Steve, are we looking at them individually or are they together here when we give our comments? I didn't quite understand whether we're looking at them at the same time.
They are two separate applications, Steve. I don't know. Do we have
the only reason I ask is they interact with each other. Yeah.
Yeah, they are two separate applications. So my view would be that you will need to act on them separately as you take votes to move them to public hearings or take votes to approve or deny or whatever might happen. So I think the votes will need to be individually. However, because the project is intended to be used, the facilities are intended to be used kind of intertwined. I think it's fair to be considering them collectively as you go through the process.
Okay.
That was my question.
Yeah, and I do think that makes sense. Yes, Mike.
Yeah, Glenn, to your what you just stated, from my standpoint, looking at it as an urban planner, that creates a difficulty, but I'm not sure how we get around it because of the manifest intent of what the result is. The result is essentially two theaters, one smaller than the other for slightly different purpose. But in the aggregate, the land use is going to be dedicated to that cultural endeavor. And if we approve one and reject the other, or reject one and approve the other, it seems that our current structure of law is insufficient to address this issue. So I guess what I'm asking is, I mean, we have the comprehensive plan, which provides some relief in order to evaluate this, but these don't stand on their own merit individually. They are a collective. So are we stuck with what you just said?
I don't see how you can create a record as to two separate applications without voting, on each application separately. I agree that I don't think it's inappropriate to consider them, as you say, as one cultural endeavor, because that's the reality of what they are. But I think that the votes need to be individualized, and I agree with you that we don't have a code provision or a mechanism to address this type of a development proposal, coming before the Planning Commission on two separate parcels.
So in essence, with the current situation, there is the practical reality that after sufficient analysis and investigation with regard to the application, that one could be approved and the other could be rejected without knowing which one it's going to be, or they both might be approved or both rejected.
I think that's correct.
Let's see, Steve Kaufman again. One thing that you might consider as you look at them each individually and then decide to approve or whatever your action is. If you do approve one and then you go to the other, you can condition the approval on the other. In other words, you can condition them so that each is conditioned on the other, either being approved or disapproved as a total. I've experienced that myself in practice in the past. So I don't see any reason why you can't consider them individually, but you can condition an approval based upon a subsequent proceeding.
That's true. That is one mechanism you could use. Sure.
Chairman,
Right.
Yes.
Chairman, let me ask, I do have lots of thoughts and comments, but are we going to, I have responses to some of the things that came in the letter and what people might say. Are we trying to get all of our stuff out first, or are we looking to respond to the public input when it happens?
Well, the usual process is that the commissioners, after the presentations by the building inspector and the applicant, can ask questions or comment on what is being proposed and considered before we go to public comment. We can certainly follow that path. I can move this to public comment if the commissioners would prefer to wait until after hearing public comment to address these applications further.
Rick, this is Barry Covington. I have a question for Glenn.
Mm-hmm.
Glenn, what does the code say? I read it, and it seemed to me that the applicant could have two different applications, and it would not be considered as one if you had two different ownerships. Now, I understand that the net effect is it's one group, but where are we legally with the code, and what rights do the property owners have vis-a-vis the code?
I think that relates to the conversation we had a moment ago about how these applications need to be considered. I do think they need to be considered as two separate applications, but as Steve Kaufman pointed out, I think it would be appropriate, recognizing that they are a collective project, if you will, albeit two separate applications. I do think it would be appropriate to condition the approval of one upon, an approval on the other one, because I think that ultimately, and I think ClearSpace would probably agree that ultimately the entire project stands or falls as a collective project of two separate applications. So, my anticipation is even if you approved one and didn't approve the other, ClearSpace would not proceed with the project because as I understand it, their business model works with all of the functions that happen in the two different facilities. I'm not sure if I answered the question or not.
Mike?
Well, let me follow up.
Barry.
What if they were to build a second building and was not right next door? Would it still be considered, if it was built within the city, would it still be considered one application? I mean, one consolidated group or effect for the city?
No, and I think that's why it's important to take individual votes. So you wouldn't. There should not be a vote, or there should not be a motion, for example, to move both applications to preliminary hearing. We should, as you proceed through the process, you should take motions and vote on each application individually, just as if they were in two separate locations in the city.
Thank you.
Rick, to answer your question, at least for myself, I'd like to hear the public comments before we, the commissioners, comment and make I'd like to hear, both sides of the story. Usually you do have, you usually have public comments before you take some sort of action. So
yeah, well, and after public comment, in any event, we always revert back to the commissioners for further questions, comments, and deliberation. But I see Mike has his hand up as well as Lisa and Rachel.
Yeah.
And also Mr. Trunzo. So let's start with Mike.
Okay. Glenn, another question for you. It really relates to what the building inspector said previously in his presentation with regard to the lots, and two of them needing to be combined in order for the erection of the facility. And do we have the cart before the horse here with regard to that issue, or are we dealing with really three separate issues?
No, so let me explain what that issue. So there are actually 3 lots that are involved in this, on these 2 separate applications. One of the facilities is to be placed on lots 1413 and 1415. Our code allows for an administrative consolidation of lots for zoning purposes, but not for fee simple title purposes. So in this instance, ClearSpace has asked that 413 and 415 be administratively consolidated for zoning purposes so they can build the facility. What that means is that the city's records will reflect that they're going to use the 2 lots as a single lot. So the setbacks will be measured, and all other lot coverage issues and everything else will be considered as if those 2 separate lots are one consolidated lot. That's the administrative approval process that's allowed for within the code. If, on the other hand, ClearSpace said, we want to extinguish the line between 413 and 415, that would require them to come to the Planning Commission and ask for an actual subdivision, because it'd be a creation of a new lot. But here, there's no creation of a new lot. If the facility were built under this administrative approval for the consolidation, and then the facility were taken down at some later time, years in the future, there is currently a provision under the code that allows administratively to recognize that those continue to be 2 separate lots, and would not need to go to the Planning Commission even in that instance.
Okay, thank you.
So there's no action
Glenn,
item to the Planning Commission on that issue.
Hey, Glenn, what if one entity was sold to the other after they were built?
You can only do this administrative consolidation of lots if it's a combined ownership, and the affidavit indicates that the affidavit that's prepared, I believe, makes some reference to that fact that they need to remain in the same in common ownership.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, I have one question that it might be a good question before the public comment, and it relates to parking and traffic, which are clearly on a lot of people's minds. I think parking will kind of work itself out to the extent that people are going to go wherever they need to go to park, and if they find it too difficult to park, they'll take an alternative method, whether it be public transportation. I think the only potential issue there is, crossing Rehoboth Avenue in that location. As far as traffic goes, back in last spring, I suggested that maybe a traffic and parking study would be appropriate, but that hasn't been forthcoming. So I guess this would be built, and then we would just kind of have to deal with whatever issues, if any, arose on traffic. For example, the traffic circle backing up prior to shows and such, which leads to my question: how can the city address those should there be an issue? Does the city have enforcement authority to require certain things to be done to mitigate those problems? Say people start dropping their friends off in front of the theater or picking them up, and it causes traffic to back up, or Rehoboth Avenue to back up worse than it already is. Is there anything the city can do to require the applicant to address those?
Yeah, and maybe before that's answered, you're really going down the path I was going to go down, and I'll just say it. I just would love to understand the thought around safety, right? I understand the traffic, and there could be some congestion as it relates to, coming and going from the events, but just from a pure safety aspect, is there a study, or has any thought been put into how do we ensure the safety in this particular area, especially at height times?
So the city has traffic regulations, of course. There's a chapter dedicated to traffic and the flow of traffic, and I suspect there are some mechanisms within that chapter. However, if we recognize that this creates a backup problem or some other unique circumstances, the city has the police power to implement new ordinances that would address those issues. But keep in mind, as to Rachel's point on the safety issue, hopefully as you go through this site review process, you'll learn a lot more about the way that the facility is supposed to operate, where people will be coming and going from, and you have an opportunity during the site plan process where if you recognize a safety, welfare, health concern that is unique to this project, you are able to approve the project with certain conditions to address those concerns that may develop as you proceed through the review process. So to be clear, that is part of your role as planning commissioners in this process, is to try to identify those issues and to the extent you can address them through appropriate conditions.
And if I could add on to Glenn's comments, how the site works is really it's my primary concern. You know, going through the comments already, someone in the blog, Susan and Gary Amy at 409 Rehoboth, have pointed out that they've reviewed the site carefully and they believe that the Del Dot bus stop is in the wrong spot for this to function properly. Unfortunately, today's weather prevented me from going out there and taking a look at that. That is something that I intend to do very shortly. But in terms of the bigger issue, I guess what would make me feel comfortable is hearing from ClearSpace, maybe Mr. Paulson at this point in time. We have recent experiences where buildings that are totally code compliant have been brought to the Planning Commission, and they did not meet the needs of the applicant. If you listened to last month's meeting, you know how that went with the Bellhaven Hotel. I would just like to know, and I don't need the answer today, and this is the reason why I don't want to rush or expedite this process, is underground parking, I think today illustrates why underground parking is a huge, valuable community asset. It's a private asset, and it also helps a place perform. And I would just really like to know that in a perfect world with this building, would ClearSpace want to still have underground parking, even if our current code did not make that possible? I would just feel a lot better to say that it's off the market, because of course, in our other proposals, the underground parking was an integral part of the proposal. And I just don't want us to get too far down without really thinking through, like Mike Strange led us with the Bellhaven, that this is something not to dispose of too quickly and should really be thought through.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other commissioners? Have I missed anybody that was seeking to speak?
I am gonna.
Yes, Mark.
I know we want to hear. Is there a actual or a perceived safety problem that I am missing here? If you try to leave this city between 4 and 6 o'clock at night, it is a 30-minute wait to get from Baltimore Avenue to the Circle. We have yet to fix anything like that. We've not discussed why is this the issue. I have 2 businesses across the street from this theater. No one cares about the traffic on Baltimore, where the people are coming and going and kids are walking. I'm missing this issue. I mean, there used to be a 7-Eleven and a Royal Farm and that was operating at all hours of the night. So I'm just trying to understand, is there been an issue? Have we tracked it? Is the police saying that, I mean, when this thing lets out, there aren't hordes of people walking the 400 and 500 block of Rehoboth Avenue. I mean, I drive home late every night from that restaurant, and I'm not seeing anyone there. So where did this come up? Am I missing something? Go ahead, man.
Mike wants to say something. Mike? Yes.
Yeah, Mark, I think I can address part of that from a transportation perspective, which involves all form of transportation. It involves queuing theory. And really what it amounts to is forgetting issues that the the fire warden deals with and public safety is, if you take a facility, I don't care if it's this one or anything else, you have to look at the nature of how it's used. And let's assume a restaurant, which you're very familiar with. You have a distribution of people that come in and exit at different times, although there's a greater density of people during breakfast, lunch, or dinner hour. In this particular case, you're going to have a drop-off of people occurring within a specified time zone to prepare for going to the theater. And in this particular case, not accounting any of the other activities, there's 256 people that are going to be arriving. And they may arrive at a distribution of times. Then when it's out, 256 people will be let out all at once and will then effuse out into the surrounding area. Now, it turns out, as you just pointed out, it's an area where a lot of activity is happening, and sometimes it's a half-hour delay to get through the circle. So imagine, if you will, that problem occurs, and at the same time, there's 256 people that are now coming out, and how are they getting to where they want to be as they've exited the theater?
But Mike, they're not all going to be in cars. And they're not all going to be in cars. And currently, every time the theater lets out on the beach block of Baltimore Avenue, those people have to travel completely through the city, all couple hundred of them. So this is what I'm
No,
trying
you're absolutely correct.
The least populated space of the city at 10:30 at night, we are creating this thing that there's going to be a mass rush at this circle. It happens every single night of the summer currently.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. But what I'm getting at is, in other words, I'm not saying we don't know the data. All I'm getting at is, if you look at the current location, which is on a dead-end street, meaning it ends at the boardwalk, through street, and you have a queuing activity that's going on all the time, and then there's going to be these particular impacts at very special times. I don't know what the effect is going to be. The only thing I know is, with the additional loading, it creates a something, and no analysis has been done on that yet, just as a matter of principle. And it's one of the things that I was interested in. And it's not just the cars, it's the totality. It's the walkers, it's the buses, it's the cars, it's the bicycles, it's the aggregation of it.
But there's no additional person added. I'm just I'll save myself. There is no additional person added here. That's what I'm trying to figure out here. There is a theater current where they have theater in the basement, they have theater up top, and people leave it all day. You should watch Baltimore Avenue when it lets out. It's not any more cars are going to be feeding into it. People take public transportation. Uber lets out all the time. So I'm trying to see if there is a record. Again, I'm newer on this. I was on the planning. I was on the city commissioner, and we did not have a traffic issue there. And we're not solving the beach traffic anywhere. I mean, I watch kids try to cross their bicycles there while there are cars. So this is not that. This is people at the end, no youngsters out. I'm just trying. If it's a perceived thing, I just need to know where it exists. Yeah. That's the question.
I'll just share with you. In my mind, I just had a perceived concern around it. I have no data on it. I just thought I would ask with that circle. Just wasn't sure if it was going to be a problem. So that's all I'm asking.
No, I am done with that. Thanks.
Well, Mark, I might be able to answer you as well. I think a lot of us, I don't have a perceived notion that there is a problem. I just don't know whether there is or isn't.
Right.
And that's why I asked back, for some professional person to study it and tell us there's not an issue, because I would sleep better at night that way. There may not be an issue. I don't know that there is or isn't. I don't know enough about traffic and traffic flow and pedestrian flow and to know whether there's an issue or not. And I think the Baltimore Avenue location is quite a different location than this, in the sense that, traffic moves very slowly there, and you can practically walk mid-block across the street, and people are moving so slowly that it's not an issue. Whereas on Rehoboth Avenue, if it's not at the peak times when traffic is backed up, it can be moving pretty quickly across there, and people trying to cross Rehoboth Avenue, and I just don't know whether there is or isn't an issue. And that's why that was my interest in having somebody look at it and tell us whether there was or wasn't. And if there was, whether there were some simple fixes so that it didn't create a problem.
I'm just, okay. We don't have the power to stop something because of this, without the data, right? I just want to be clear here.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think anybody's going to try to stop it based on a perceived problem.
Steve.
Mr. Chairman, one of the things that you might do, given this discussion, is if this does get approved to proceed to a formal application, we can request that a traffic consultant analysis of this issue be required as part of the application.
Right. Thank you, Steve. We also can condition any approval, on certain things happening. And a few things I have in mind are, first working with ClearSpace to determine their program schedule and when people are going to be ingressing and egressing, and whether we can impose any conditions on those times. And to the extent that there are issues, condition perhaps that ClearSpace would have to retain the services and pay for extra police to monitor the crosswalks at the circle to be sure that people are safe. I mean, I think there are any number of ways that we can think outside the box.
All of that can be part. All of that can come out of it, from an analysis. All of those types of conditions can be taken into account. And
also, would something like a lay-by be advised by these traffic professionals? Someplace for a car to pull in, drop people off, and pull away safely that wouldn't obstruct traffic.
Yeah, and I think another possibility also, and obviously the city would have to be involved in this, would be, I recognize that this idea would maybe eliminate 2 spaces on Rehoboth Avenue, but we've been allowing restaurants during this crisis to set aside a couple parking spaces in front of their restaurants to for pickup service. Maybe that's something that we could consider as an option here as well. To be sure that people can get in and out of vehicles safely, but we can address that down the road, I suspect. Why don't I open this up to, unless any other commissioners feel strongly or have another comment to make at this time, why don't I open this up to public comment and then come back to our deliberations and questions for the building inspector and the applicant. Does anyone have their hand up yet from the public to speak on this topic?
Rick, do you have the public comment list that was provided by Ann Womack?
Yes, I do.
Can you please go that way, or use that as your reference? Because
okay.
The public cannot really raise their hand, especially if they're on a telephone.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. Why don't we, again, I just want to remind the public that we're limiting comments to 3 minutes, and I would appreciate, the comments being strictly limited to the subject matter that we're discussing, to stay on topic. And we'll start then, the first person on my list is Mark Fetchkel. Mark, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Your discussion is very interesting. You've said that the project is a common ownership and it is a single project. It's very obvious that the one building supports the activities of the other. And so why is this not being considered a nearly 24,000 square foot theater complex? By not doing that, what is to keep Summer House from buying the Agave property next to it and putting in 250 tables and running the food from their existing kitchen? It's sort of the same thing.
That's not allowed.
Ben, I'd like to say, Rick, I disagree with some of the comments you made at the beginning. I didn't say anything against the Planning Commission, and in my public integrity complaint, I actually wrote that I thought you were a person of good judgment and of good faith. I'm now am reconsidering that position. That's the end of my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. We'll now move on to Bo Lauder.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
First, thanks to the members of the Planning Commission for your thoughtful comments. I appreciate being here. I'm also glad to be introduced to the concept of Q theory. I'd never heard of that one before. And I hope the commission will follow up on Mr. Strange's comments about a traffic study. My name is Robert Lauder. My husband and I live at 96 Sussex Street and are celebrating 20 years of owning our home this very summer. We are one of 3 houses that share a direct lot line with the proposed Clear Space Theater. 2 other homes on Sussex share corner touch points. I will not get into the politics of this project, but will speak about home, lack of process, and our neighborhood. These massive buildings, which do not reference the local historic vernacular architecture, will be somewhere between 5 and 10 feet from my backyard. The city, I believe it was this commission actually, recommended to Clear Space after their previous failed project proposal that they reach out to neighbors. I've never met Mr. Paulson, much less been invited to sit down to discuss this project, which will result in the taking of light, fresh air, and our right to a peaceful existence. Mentions of community and community engagement in this meeting, frankly, ring hollow. I understand that there is a proposed dining space and restaurant on the roof in one of their iterations, requiring a change of code that will essentially give them a 4th floor. Who can guarantee that diners and donors will not be able to look down into our yards? Where will the mechanicals for these buildings be located? Will they be pushed to the front of the building instead of near our homes? Will they be insulated properly so we don't hear the roar of them day and night? I'm relieved to hear that trash dumpsters will be located within the loading docks of the proposed buildings. Finally, their site review, copies of which were so small as to be almost inscrutable, completely ignore the neighborhood that they are being joining. Unlike the hotel on the boardwalk, which did show context of its neighborhood, Clear Space chose to ignore that customary practice. It is this commission's responsibility to enforce its own expectations and require another site review that doesn't ignore the vibrant neighborhood that is the gateway to our charming city. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Lauder. Appreciate your comments. The next person on the list is Mame Gilligan. Mame, are you still with us?
Hello, I'm Mame Gilligan. I live at 205 North Street. And thank you to the members of the Planning Commission for your care and thoughtful consideration of the projects that appear before you. I have lived full-time in Rehoboth since 1983 and have spent summers here my whole life. Rehoboth has been a great place to live with the attractions of the ocean and the boardwalk and fine dining. But when I was coming here as a child, there were 2 movie theaters, a bowling alley, and a roller rink, all within the first 2 blocks of Rehoboth Avenue. These venues offered entertainment for all ages and varied interests. They no longer exist. Clear Space has stepped into that void to offer professional quality entertainment that appeals to a broad range of ages and tastes and has the added benefit of a very popular educational component. We are so very lucky to have an established popular source of entertainment right here in town. We know it's not going to fail, but it desperately needs a larger and more suitable building to house its theater. We would all benefit, and please support this most worthwhile project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up is Tom Evans, if you're still with us.
Mr. Evans and Sturgis Dodge are not on the line.
Oh, okay. Then that brings us to Jan Conacy. Jan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Okay, good. All right, thanks, Rick. First of all, I wasn't going to say this, but I'll point out very quickly that the requirement to review the Planning Commission to review when there's a change of density in land is an old requirement. It's not new to this Planning Commission, and it was put in effect years ago. And so you absolutely have to review it. It wasn't a choice. It was required by code. So that was one comment. What I wanted to say, though, was in 2010, in the CDP, Section 8-321, City Policies for Commercial Land Use. The city will assure that its land use plan and zoning code are drawn to avoid any negative impacts on commercial development upon residential neighborhoods. Excuse me. Later on, Section 8-3.22, in its review of the zoning code, the city will eliminate any currently permitted commercial uses or categories of use that have clear potential for adverse impacts on residential neighborhoods. I want to point out, I live on the side of town where clear space will go. I have no problem with clear space. They do great things in the community, but I've also lived on Sussex Street, and I know what it's like with the traffic, and so I know what it's like to get out of town. My husband and I have frequently tried to get out of town like 6 or 6:30 to go to a movie. Impossible. We just turn around and go home. So the traffic backs up everywhere, and I absolutely think that a traffic study should be something that the Planning Commission requires. The other things that somebody else said, I'm trying to talk fast, that I talked to an architect who couldn't be here today, so he gave me notes. There should definitely be larger renderings that show these two buildings in relationship to not just the arc, but to the residences behind, to the entire streetscape along Rehoboth Avenue, perhaps even an aerial view that shows the entire area. Showing the little bit of streetscape that you could see, the rendering next to the arc, is not really giving you the impact of what those buildings will have on the rest of Rehoboth Avenue. Also, consistency, these are from the architectural design manual from the city. Consistency.
Jen, 30 seconds.
All right. Be in scale with surroundings. Currently, these are not. Have appropriate mass and bulk. This means these buildings should blend into the established commercial neighborhood and maintain its scale. No way that happens. Reflect an appropriate rhythm. These buildings have some rhythm, but only on the Rehoboth Avenue facades. Otherwise, they look like warehouses backed up to the residential neighborhood.
Time is up.
Boy, you're tough.
Do you want to make a final point?
I think I made my points that the buildings,
okay.
The concrete block building on Rehoboth Avenue is not a very attractive building, and you wouldn't want to look at it from your window either.
Thank you, Jan. Appreciate your comments. Next is Susan Kay.
Actually, I'd rather.
What?
Susan?
We lost you.
We lost you, Susan. Is Susan still on?
It looks like she.
I show her there, but she's obviously not responding.
I also just want to note that Commissioner Lucier has joined us. I see her now on the screen. Good afternoon, Joyce.
Thank you.
So
we can go back.
We can go back to Susan. Why don't we move on to Michael Bednarik?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. First, thank you for hosting this meeting, and thank you for your service to our town. I'm Michael Bednarik, and I support the revised clear space here plans compromise. I've owned a home on state road since 2004 and been a regular visitor to Rehoboth Beach since the early 1990s. My home is roughly 1,000 feet from the planned entrance to the new Clear Space Theater. I'm keenly aware that theater patrons may choose to park on my street. That's part of the price one pays for living on a busy road near Rehoboth Avenue, which is, of course, our main street. In my opinion, the proposed Clear Space Theater is a nice addition that benefits most in town and is worth whatever hassle I personally experience as a nearby homeowner. I've sent an email detailing my support, so I won't repeat all that. What I would like to say is that I'm very troubled by those who demean the motivations of the commissioners and the planning commission members. I'm glad Rick Perry spoke up in his defense. Sadly, he's not alone. I had a small taste of that myself on the community message board. When I expressed support of the Clear Space compromise, some suggested that I must have a nefarious, ulterior motive or financial interest in Clear Space. I've explained that I never attended a Clear Space event and have no interest or affiliation whatsoever with Clear Space Theater or those involved in the proposal. I'm just a nearby homeowner who thinks that the new Clear Space Theater would be a terrific addition to the west end of Rehoboth Avenue, which is our main street. Then it would suggest that I must be a person living far from the planned theater and unconcerned with those nearby. I explained that I live about 1,000 feet from the planned project and support this amenity, even if folks park in front of my home to walk to the theater. I was offended by the suggestions of nefarious or selfish motivation. This experience showed me that some in our community have difficulty understanding that others in the community have views different from their own. That's okay. We live in a diverse community. What troubles me is the implication, and in some instances, as we heard today, express allegation that those who have differing views must be corrupt. To me, this is a form of intimidation. If you don't agree with me, I'll smear you. I've seen this before, and I really hope that it will stop in our community. I sincerely hope this commission will not reward those tactics. Again, thank you for your service, and thank you for this meeting.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Bednarik. The next person on the list is Suzanne Good. Suzanne?
Hi, Suzanne Good, 1 Grove Street. Thank you for including me. I want to limit my comment to the building code's parking requirements for a performing arts center, for a commercial enterprise, or for an institution, depending on the designation of this scale. I think we're all aware that through its own initiative, which I credit them for, they have found that they can take advantage of USDA rural development funding, which because Sussex County is classified as a rural area, they have this. So Clear Space, to me, has the means, thanks to the USDA and other funding, to build in compliance with the city's code. They don't need a special exception in order to enlarge the theater and to provide no parking. The parking demands of Clear Space do not change with this division of the complex into 2 components that we learned of earlier this year. Rehoboth Spotlight and Clear Space are one entity. Even though the nonprofit and its legal team are pretending otherwise. Off-street parking protects citizens like myself who live nearby, tourists, employees of businesses, and everyone else from the dangers of cars circling in search of parking in an area which has a very limited supply of parking on peak summer evenings. The lack of sidewalks on nearby streets like Columbia Avenue and Sussex Street make on-site parking critical for an auditorium of the scale proposed. As by way of background, the city has gone on the record on the video in the spring of 2019 that they're generously offering Clear Space staff and patrons priority access to Grove Park spaces after dusk. The playground, the museum, and visitors center are closed, and in theory, parking at the moment is prohibited after dusk. Grove Park already reduces the on-site parking Clear Space is being asked to provide. The nonprofit, to me, should show some gratitude and stop these continuous negotiations to skirt the parking requirements. The parking requirements are reasonable and unremarkable, actually. So In some ways, I feel the Grove Park offer should be rescinded if ClearSpace can't contribute its share of the parking. To me, the designation.
Suzanne, 30 seconds.
Thank you. The
There's 30 seconds.
designation is the only outstanding question. For a 250-seat theater, an institution needs to provide 60 off-street spaces. A commercial enterprise needs 128 spaces. Subtract the Grove Park spaces from that institutional designation, and ClearSpace gets a deal which is more than fair, about 30 on-site spaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suzanne. Appreciate your comments. The next person is Gary Classic. I hope I got that pronunciation correct.
Okay. Hello, this is Gary Classic, 142 Columbia Avenue. I view this these two applications as a single-use facility, and therefore all the zoning requirements, including the parking requirements, should be provided. I don't think the act of dividing the building into separate buildings is a kind of benevolent action on the part of ClearSpace. I mean, it's clearly intended to remove parking from the conversation. So that's one point. I also think that, and also say some of what your planning commission is hearing today is kind of pent up comments from prior reviews of this plan, both by the city commissioners as well as the prior planning commission. And in that regard, I think it's a bad precedent that a planning commission or the city sends to other applicants that they can manipulate the zoning ordinance and the city will listen to that. I agree with some of the prior comments about the architecture being very poor. I would like to know and have ClearSpace address the hours of operation, and also their plans to rent the facility to third parties, if that exists, and for what purposes. I agree with Mr. Strange that the drawings were hard to, if not impossible, to read, and future submissions need to be better. Mr. ClearSpace says they met with the neighbors. I'd like to know who they met with, and I'd like you to get that in writing, because I think what they really need to do is meet with the neighborhood and not selectively pick neighbors that they want to meet with. The other thing I want to point out is, for people who are new to the Planning Commission, is you don't have to solve the applicant's problems for them. You don't have to do their traffic study for them. You don't have to do a parking study for them. They should be required to do that and present that to you. And I also think if the planning commissioners who are new should look back at the past year and a half history of what went on with the mayor and commissioners and prior planning commissioners. Not that there's anything bad there, but that it will give you context for some of the comments you are hearing today. And I think neighbors were afraid they're going to be shut out of the process, and that's why you probably got some of the emails that you received, and the tone of it. Yeah, and the tone of those emails. I guess I'll leave it at that for right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is John Swift.
Thank you, Planning Commission and commissioners, for listening. I am one of the owners of 100 Sussex Street. I think it's pretty clear that ClearSpace and Spotlight Theater is one project, and they're basically out to circumvent the code. That's pretty blatant. I mean, Glenn Mandalis is back and forth about two projects, one project. How should it be voted upon? It's pretty basic and clear on that. There's a lot of messages coming across about basically ClearSpace, but basically the biggest issue from day one, from when they announced this a long time ago, back in 2018, was that basically there's been a lack of transparency. ClearSpace is supposed to be called a community theater. When are they going to bring the community back into the fold and get their opinion? It's one thing to ask for access to the mayor, to the city manager, Dom, the building inspector, but they've yet to ever ask the public for their opinion and pull them in. And I don't mean just one or two neighbors, I mean the public, and how this will impact the whole city, the circle, They talk about a lot of people that live outside the city and how it is a benefit to the city. I grant you that. But basically, when it comes to the space and where the location, it's probably the wrong location is what a lot of people have been getting to. This enterprise is required and asking for donations on a continual basis for its existence. And people were speaking earlier, even just now, about this meeting, saying how it'll be great addition to Rehoboth. Well, it will be. Well, look at Broadway in New York City and trying to pull in crowds. How are they going to manage with what's going on now with COVID-19? It's just the beginning of some things down the road that they're going to have to take into account. Another item that I wanted to bring up was the scale of the building. There's a lot of buildings on Rehoboth Avenue, whether you're talking about Houston White or other restaurants and other facilities. But basically, the scale of this is going to be 42 feet, which is roughly about the equivalent of City Hall. But City Hall is on a much larger parcel. This is talking 3 different lots. And the other part of this you also want to think about is it's 2 theaters. It's not 1 theater. It's going to be 2 theaters that could be letting out at the same time. So one of the theaters seats about 256 people. They haven't said how many exactly are in that other theater, and when they're both letting out at the same time, it's hitting the circle. So they're definitely—
John, there's 30 seconds left.
Okay, so for several engagements. The last thing I wanted to bring up was my partner for over 2 months now has been trying to get to see those plans. And basically it went back to April, late April, and it wasn't until after just contacting Sharon Lynn. And this was many requests that were brought in that basically he finally was able to go in and review the plans. Just been a lack of transparency, I think, has been one of the biggest issues and why they face so much opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, John. The next person is Marie Hetkevich. Marie?
Hello, my name is Marie Hetkevich. I live on Munson Street here in Rehoboth, have lived there for 30 years. I am a supporter and a ticket holder of Clear Space Theater, and I do believe in its mission and its value to the city of Rehoboth. But if you proceed on these 2 applications to a public, please know that you are invalidating the basic tenets of open and fair government. Despite the chair's denial and I think an implicit threat of legal action, we the citizens are entitled to questions on how the process has occurred. Meetings between the applicant and city officials, including the city solicitor, did have— the public was not involved to be allowed to be a part of these discussions. This is not transparency in government. The division of this 25,000 square foot 2 separate structures was done to subvert the city's code requirements. It's just naive to think that that wasn't the case. All in all, to avoid providing parking for a 256-seat theater, which is actually twice the capacity of the current theater on Baltimore Avenue. So the traffic is going to be different. So though the project technically comply with the code, they are certainly not being built within the intent and spirit of the code or in consonance with being a good neighbor in Rehoboth. This project will have significant, undeniable impacts on the issues of parking, traffic, safety, and in effect, the total livability of our city, all of which demand a good faith examination. Traffic, parking, and safety studies at a minimum still need to happen. Once this project is built, as it most likely will be because the officials we trust with our city want it so, it will be a lasting legacy to the subversion of the key principles of good government and a reminder for all of us who trusted our officials that we were wrong to do so. And sadly so, all this does damage to Clear Space Theater, which should continue to be a cultural asset in Rehoboth, and again, which is one that I personally and strongly support. It will be forever tainted by the prominent 25,000 square foot reminder at our city's gateway of how a government of the people forgot they represented the people and not special interests. And I'll leave you with one question. Word has it that Clear Space is renewing its lease on Baltimore Avenue for potentially as long as 5 years. So why the rush to judgment on this large, consequential development? I have extra seconds. You can take them away. Thank you.
We weren't taking them away. We were just giving you an opportunity to wrap up.
Okay, thank you, Marie. I see that Edward Chernowski also has his hand up. Edward?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
I'd like to commend and thank all of you as Planning Commission members. Although change in density or land use was certainly a part of the code, this Planning Commission set deliberately and with good conscience set a standard and met with city staff to ensure that projects like this come before you that are code compliant. So I commend you all. Thank you for your service. I'd also like to thank ClearSpace for speaking to the neighbors, changing their plans to address some of the issues that the community has stated from the original plan. So I thank them for going back to the drawing board as well. And again, thank you all for your service and commitment to the city.
Thank you, Edward. Has Susan Gay come back on?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Sorry, I guess I lost power before, it looks like, for a couple of seconds.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I want to make it clear that I'm not here to talk about the merits of the ClearSpace plan or any opinions about specific elements of it. And my comments, may seem premature, but since you all are working on the CDP, I feel like it is timely. And before I get to what I had prepared to say, I do want to say I really am pleased to see the comments that were made in the discussion earlier by Mike, by Steve, and by Lee about conditions, about aggregate use, about traffic studies, because frankly, this is the value you all add, is being able to look at all the complexities of the project. And I'm very glad that you are looking at it that way. But my comments really are about what comes next, what comes next after ClearSpace goes through this process. Because it's the largest non-hotel, non-residential commercial project ever in the city, as far as I can tell. And it's going into the western part of town that has experienced other growth and development in recent years, including Dogfish Head, Rise Up, and now the Canal Dock. And I think it's time to carefully think holistically about the entire area. One of the things that was mentioned early on by Mr. Betchkel, I think, was about the rezoning in three different times since the year 2000, where properties or sections of that area were rezoned from commercial to residential. And, in the discussion you all had as part of that, it came up that maybe this part of Rehoboth Avenue was a kind of a stepchild to that. And to me, that's a cautionary tale. I think it probably was forgotten at one point. There may be nothing to be done about it now. It's a cautionary tale about looking at the whole area holistically going forward, given the amount of development that will be there in the near future. So now that the largest commercial building in the city is in the midst of it, looking beyond it, how do you protect the residential neighborhoods? Do we have the infrastructure to support it? Are there traffic and parking considerations? And again, thank you. You all have said that you're going to need to address that. So that's my contribution, not about ClearSpace specifically, but about where you go after ClearSpace. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Susan. Are there any other members of the public that we have missed? I don't see any on the participant list. So I guess we will then turn back to the commissioners for questions they may have of the applicant and the building inspector, as well as comments about the proposal. And Joyce, you were unable to be with us earlier. We recall that you had an earlier conflict.
Thank you. Yes.
But is there anything, since you didn't have a chance to speak earlier, that you would care to say at this point?
Thank you for asking. There isn't at this point. I would like to listen to what was said afterwards. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Joyce. All right. Well, then I'll open it up again to the members of the Planning Commission. Does anyone have any questions they would like to ask of the applicant or the building inspector? Or do you have any comments at this point? I know that there are clearly issues that I believe we want to address. Parking and safety is one of the things that is, also very high on my mind, and how we can address that. I will say at the outset that I was a little bit disappointed in the plans when I saw them. Mainly because I hoped perhaps, well, my wish list was to see something come before us that looked a little more beachy. I don't know that that's an architectural design term or not, but I was disappointed that the facade of the building was not more inviting in a sense. There is a lot of use of glass, which I understand. And, I was hoping that at the entrance to our city, at least the facade was going to perhaps employ something more coastal in nature, perhaps a shingle, cedar shingle front, or utilizing the windows with some kind of design. I think about Dogfish Head and their portal windows. Looks like a ship to me. I don't know if that was their intent, but at least it does in my view. And I'm just wondering if there isn't anything that ClearSpace can do, understanding economic considerations and cost constraints, to perhaps embellish at least the Rehoboth Avenue side, to incorporate something that tells you you're entering a beach community. We can also talk about whether or not there's anything to be done, perhaps with the other exterior walls of the building. I heard a comment about it looking like a warehouse or something to that effect in the back to the residents. I guess we have to balance that with the concerns residents expressed over time here. Consider this not wanting people to be looking out into their yards. I don't know where the happy medium is there, but if someone from the applicant could address the design concerns that I just outlined, I'd appreciate that. And I don't know who that might be, if it's the architect or Mr. Paulson or.
Hey, Rick, it's Lee Weber. Could I tag on to that? Because I'm kind of the same question. The one thing I like about the new design is the fact that it is two buildings. It brings down the scale. It appears that there's an opportunity. I also like the fact that the portions fronting Rehoboth Avenue are 2- and 3-story, which I think presents an opportunity to do what you suggested. And I mean, I think the designs are fine and perfectly handsome. I just don't think they're the right design for that particular location. Maybe the 2- and 3-story components in the front could somehow emulate other buildings in Rehoboth of that scale, maybe even residential buildings. And then maybe the back portion, maybe a green screen or something could be used on that, so that the bulkiness of that somehow mitigates that concern of the neighbors, and also maybe makes the back portion almost disappear, with greenery growing on it. And then, the front 2- and 3-story pieces be the part where the real design is focused, so that it just doesn't look as big when you come into town, and it looks more in scale with other parts of the streetscape.
Thank you, Lee. Any other commissioners?
Following on to Rick and Lee's comments, the scale of this building is obviously better than the previous proposal, and I think it's very wise of the organization to look at options and flexibility for the future, since we are in such an uncertain time, to separate buildings, let them be managed separately in terms of, utilities. If there's a problem in one building, maybe use the other building. I just think it gives the overall campus effect a lot of flexibility and a lot more possible community uses in the future. So I'm a big fan of separating the two things into two functions. The drawings we have, the finishes, I don't want to say anything too derogatory because I think there's probably a very durable finish on this building, but it looks like a lot of business parks where it's just a sort of a finished block building, and it doesn't do anything for ClearSpace's brand in the city. We're dealing with a big proposal right at the bandstand in the boardwalk, something that we want to be, defining the city, something that'll be featured, something that'll be the image. And we have this at our entry, which doesn't seem to meet the same aspirations. And I think the massing is one of the problems. Rehoboth Avenue is a wide street, plenty of parking. It can take the massing of 3 stories or even a little bit of extra space. This time, we have the buildings at sidewalk level, so they're very inviting. You can walk right in. The cityscape, the campus-scape, it can all be made in a way that integrates together with the bus stops and the drop-offs and pedestrians. It's all potential right now, but it doesn't seem to be realized. I would really like to see massing that's more pyramid-like, that's taller in the front and goes down in the back in a way that the neighbors would find easier to live with.
I'm going to raise my hand here too. I seem to always be playing the devil's advocate here, but I have a 5,000 square foot building and another one that's smaller, backs right up to Maryland, right? Am I now supposed to take that gigantic brick building that is 5 feet away from the neighbor and green it and think about changing the angles? So they've kind of bent themselves into a pretzel to get to where they need to get to. I agree with the front facing 1,000%. That's cosmetic. But you are talking about buildings where there's a laundromat, a nail place, a Royal Farm, and the Ark. I don't know if anybody lives in the Ark, and I've been in them. Not a pretty building. So I'm trying to, we keep talking about this gateway. There's a construction company. There was a 7-Eleven and a Royal Farms there for 15 years and a gas station at our circle. So I want to say that we should be constructive, and I like the idea of the shingle and the thing that make it more front facing. But I've read the code book that Ann gave me. I'm trying to find out if I can't find anything wrong with it, structure code wise. And I do believe better conversations about fitting in, but I'm 2 nice buildings that we can ask them to do some things to. Are we looking for that beautification piece, or is it we can't go forward unless you angle the building and spend another $100,000 in architectural fees?
Rick? Yes. Often. I have some thoughts and some suggestions. It'll take a few minutes, so I'm going to ask if you'll bear with me, please. First, I want to say that I looked at all of the communications in this, read them all, and the pros and the cons were pretty even. In fact, the communications in favor actually were a little bit more than those that were not in favor. And I found that kind of interesting. I always feel that, if you have a project that has both pros and cons, and they're pretty even, they're probably doing something right. With regard to the use, I don't view this as strictly a commercial use. It's actually a cultural use, and has some commercial impacts from it, but it's really a cultural use. I view clear space as a cultural asset to the city, and I do think it's compatible with its surroundings, which are a mix of things, both commercial and residential. One of my suggestions is that clear space should look at its immediate neighbors with the understanding that they should try very hard to provide some buffers, especially for the one residential neighbor that's immediately adjacent. There's a number of things that can be done to buffer any immediately adjacent residential uses, including some deadening of sounds, etc., within the building structure itself. So I very strongly recommend that they take a look at that. That to me was a very significant comment by the next door neighbor, and I thought was very nicely put forward. With regard to the drawings, I do feel that if this goes forward, we should get full architectural scale drawings. It was very difficult to go through all of this, and it would be much, it's something that should be done. I also think that having two facilities is the best way to go, even though they interact and actually form a campus, a cultural campus. The fact that they have the second facility where they can have rehearsals and teaching and some smaller events, black box type events, is a real plus for a theater complex. So I think even though they interact and ultimately will probably have to place some conditions on each of them that are conditioned on the other, I really feel that was a good thing and works very well. With regard to the aesthetics of the building, I would strongly suggest that they take a look at retaining, either through their architect or through an RFP, input from the art community to possibly deal with art built into the facade. I've seen a number of facilities over the years where the facade, the actual masonry facade, is actually art, and I think that that's something that they should look at. Definitely. I also agree that they should look at the streetscape impacts, and the drop-off that I think was suggested by Jeff, one of our commissioners, is a very important thing to have. I don't see a real issue with regard to the when the theater lets out. I agree with the comments that that part of town at that time of night should be able to handle that pretty easily. Got a few more things here. With regard to the possibility of underground parking, even though that's not currently permitted and it's not currently exempted from FAR, if the commissioners move forward and they actually do modify the code with regard to underground parking and don't count it as FAR, I do think that Clear Space should take another hard look at that. It'll be a while before this theater is built, and there is time to look at that, to add some parking. I don't think parking is a big issue here myself. I think, as was stated before, there's much more area to disperse parking. We do go to the theater, my wife and I, quite often. We live 10 blocks away, and we walk to the theater all the time. We've never taken a car, never. I also feel that we should condition any approval on a traffic analysis being provided. And from the traffic analysis, we can deal with these issues of pedestrian safety, et cetera, wayfinding, And there might be a possibility that some conditions be placed on this applicant, requiring some additional people during the time of the heaviest traffic flows, et cetera. That would not be an unusual condition. Let me just take a look here and see if there's anything else. Obviously, a lot of this can be addressed in the comprehensive development plan. And one thing I was going to suggest when we actually get to it is that we take a look at what I would characterize as a district or sector plan, which I think Susan Gay mentioned. Lots of times there are special district or sector plans which are holistic in nature and look at a whole area. This part of town, I think, would qualify for that since it's so eclectic in its use. And I want to thank everyone for the comments today. I thought they were very good. And I hope that we can proceed with this and come out with a real asset for the city. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Steve. Mike? Mac?
Okay, I got it. I'm good. Yeah, my comments actually are going to relate to this application, but are going to be equally applicable to the other application. In urban planning, there's something, and I'm going to ruin the German pronunciation, but we call it Geschmackswerk, which is the artistic expression through multiple forms. And what it really means is urban planning, it's an integration of all the dynamic spatial networks, geometries, and how it relates to the cultural, social, political, psychological, economic, environmental conditions. And our CP, which has the force and effect of law, is what that attempts to do. Our code book, which is 3 inches thick and has all the nuts and bolts of building and zoning codes, you can meet that code. You also have to meet the requirements under the law of the comprehensive development plan. In this particular case, I think I looked at all of the input that the people made in written form and all of the comments that were made, and they're sort of 50. I don't know if that reflects the entire community or not, but the point is there wasn't a coalescing in one direction or the other. Some people tried to provide some form of quantitative analysis. A lot of it was qualitative and really based on preference, and said, I'm for it, I'm against it. What I would like to see, and from an architectural standpoint, is you're free to do what you want to do within, quote, the code, but it has to be with both parts of the code, the CDP and the nuts and bolts of the building and zoning code. For a transportation study, but I want to amplify on that and say it's not, when we say transportation, people immediately think cars. We really need a mobility study, which talks about the nature of how mobility is going to be used and the nature of how the egress and access takes place and the impact on a major arterial that's an entrance and an exit to the city. It's ClearSpace's current and previous location is on I'll call it dead end street, which does make a difference in how the patterns evolve. May turn out it's not an issue, it may turn out it is an issue, but the key here is that, imperfect foresight is much better than perfect hindsight. I'm sure that what we do for the future works for ClearSpace and works for the city in the aggregate. Now, current design, based on my experience in the transportation field, strictly looking at again at both of them as a totality, is I think there are issues with regard to egress and access, drop off and pickup, with the fact that right now the only thing that would be provided is going to be on the main street. I have a concern. I think that has to be looked at. The second thing is with regard to the architecture, you can have whatever architecture you would like, but you don't necessarily have to build to the maximum, although you may be permitted under one part of the code, which is the nuts and bolts part. I haven't heard anyone nor ClearSpace talk about the fact that in the original formulation, it had underground parking. But I would put forth, since there's been a lot of objection to the physical mass of these facilities and the impact on the residential area And there's also the moral hazard when you're in an area that's zoned residential and it happens to be next to an area that could be commercial, you run that risk. You don't know what's going to be built there. Just because it was something previous that you liked, it may turn into something that you don't like. However, with that in mind, I don't see a reason why the facilities as proposed couldn't be built partially underground, even without parking. Eliminate the parking per se, but think about the theaters being partially underground. The theater is a space that doesn't have any windows anyway. So you essentially could have less mass because less mass would be above ground. And that I think would be more amenable with the surrounding community. So it's really kind of the involvement of all those spatial considerations that I think in this particular case, I don't want to say it looks like an off-the-shelf design from an architect, but it looks like an off-the-shelf design from an architect, and doesn't really show significant creativity from the standpoint of where it's going to be utilized and in the location where it's going to be at. So from my perspective, I'm philosophically supportive of ClearSpace. I think as a cultural institution, it means a lot for Rehoboth Beach. But the practical implementation of how it's being done at the moment, I have severe concerns about.
Rick,
Thank you, Mike. Yes, Rachel?
I'm going to jump in. So, this it feels a little bit like our last.
Rachel, we're having some difficulty hearing you.
Yeah.
Can you get a little closer, perhaps, to the mic?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Better.
Not too well.
Thank you. This feels similar to how we landed last month on the Bellhaven as it relates to, our viewpoints as this structure, really should be in keeping with the charm of Rehoboth. I mean, I would make a suggestion. I believe this whole cultural concept and the need is definitely here for Rehoboth. I think many people have enjoyed ClearSpace when it was on, or as it has been on Baltimore Avenue. And I think there's a huge opportunity here for our city to enjoy, the arts and the culture year round. I would suggest that we think about, taking the next step, approve this as the concept from a preliminary standpoint. But I know we don't have an architectural review board, but either we work with the architecture like we suggested with the Bellhaven so that we can bring in all of these concepts and ideas together and we can agree upon, what will be somewhat of an iconic building as you come into the city, as people refer to it as the gateway, or we actually form an architectural review committee for this project and other big projects that are coming down the road. It's just a thought of mine.
Thank you, Rachel. Any other commissioners have any comments?
Rick, it's Weber. I had one comment. Having worn the hat of a developer for a number of years prior to this, I think we need to change the filing requirements maybe for the preliminary review, because I just remember on the other side of the table, it's difficult and it's frustrating when you look at the amount of money and time put into drawings that then come for preliminary review, and sometimes have a lot of comments on them and may require a lot of redo. Is there maybe in the future, is there some way to have even more preliminary concepts that come to us so that the applicant has a good idea of what's going to work for both parties before they spend so much time and money on drawings?
That's a good point, Lee. And of course, we do have project concept review ability built into the code, but still at that, people are forced to expend considerable sums of money with professionals to even bring forth a concept. We should explore ways to address exactly the concerns that you just expressed. At least that's my view. And I also think we need to look at our application forms, because I don't know the last time they might have been revised, but I think they also.
Yeah. I want to agree on but talk about the architectural review piece would be a great thing. I have sit on condos and homeowners associations that require you to do it. but you did that when you went into the development. We can't start that process today and make with this project. That is a long, drawn out process of how we change our codes and rules. Yes or no, right?
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Mark. I mean, I think it's something that, you know, on the long term, is worth considering and could be very beneficial, to the community, going forward. But, to say that we're going to put the brakes on everything for a year or two, you know, to get to some resolution of, you know, what an architectural review committee is, what it looks at, what its responsibilities are, and all, you know, this has been addressed in the past, and it never came to be. And so I don't think we can hold applicants currently to something that we failed to create in the past.
Yeah, I guess from my perspective, I'm not trying to, right?
Yeah, Rachel?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
I said I'm not trying to prolong, obviously, the next step here. All I'm suggesting is, you know, obviously there's been really great feedback here for the owners of ClearSpace as well as the architect. And there's just an opportunity here to obviously streamline the cycles and ask for, you know, some input here as they work through other iterations. But I mean, from a code standpoint, that we know there's a lot of work here that has to be done with our overall code. I'm not suggesting that we hold off on projects until we have this group in place so that we can apply the codes. All I'm suggesting is that from an aesthetic perspective, to enjoy the charm of our community as people come into Rehoboth, this is an opportunity for us to perhaps just have some input here with the owners and with the architect.
Okay.
Rick,
yeah.
I agree very strongly with Lee's comments about trying to have a more preliminary concept review, which doesn't require applicants to spend quite as much of their resources initially. Having represented people over the years, these things can be very expensive. So I like to pursue what Lee suggested if we could very much.
Okay. I was wondering if, Joyce.
Yes, I wasn't here, but has there been any decision on doing these, the survey, the traffic problems, the impact problems, all of those? And also there is an architectural review that was done many years ago that is with, so a lot of that work has been done. It hasn't been applied, but it's been done. But before we say move on, I think that the idea of the traffic, the location, the impact, I think those studies are important to know.
Well, to answer your first question, Joyce, there hasn't been a decision made on that.
Oh, okay.
So you didn't miss anything there. I think everyone recognizes that traffic and safety remain concerns, just as they did in the previous iterations of this project. They are probably lessened, in my view, by the elimination of the parking garage, you know, ingress and egress onto Rehoboth Avenue at times when Rehoboth Avenue may be very busy. And so the last time that this, and correct me if I'm wrong, the last time we talked about this in terms of a traffic study, I believe the city manager told us that she had that a traffic study could only be done in the middle of August, and that they wouldn't do it at any other time. Not the city. I mean, we have to rely on an outside party to do that. And obviously the cost of the traffic study is very, very prohibitive. And while I appreciate the fact that an applicant should bear some of that burden, I think that we, in a sense, last year, when we were considering this, took a pass on a traffic study.
Okay.
Um,
May I ask
and-
another question of you?
Sure.
Has it been decided by the planning commission that the fact that they made this 2 buildings where people, the people who were talking there were all saying, it's still one entity, even though they've divided it, that there is now no parking requirement? Has that been okayed by the planning commission, that they will accept that movement from 1 building to 2 buildings means no parking necessary? I didn't hear that.
Well, no, we haven't made any decisions, Joyce, about anything. We haven't approved anything.
Oh, okay. All right. Just the way people were talking about, let's have them move forward. I assumed the parking, supplying parking or whatever was required if this was 1 building, however this manipulation has been done to make it 2, obviates any other concern. But you're saying it hasn't been decided by the planning commission.
No, we haven't, as I said, we have not, in this meeting, decided anything at this point.
Okay, thank you.
But I do want to point out that one thing that was laid out, I'll get to you in just a second, Mike, if that's okay. One thing that we did discuss, and city solicitor weighed in on this as well, is that these are 2 separate applications at this point, although there is some interconnection because people have been referring to it as a campus. But at this point, we are faced with, while we can talk about them sort of as a, an intertwined campus type project, each project has to stand on its own merits on the property where it will be constructed. And each would require a separate vote of the planning commission as to whether or not we decide to move them on to a public hearing, or whether or not at that point in time we decide to approve with conditions, or deny. We can't vote on them as a unit, even though we're sort of sitting here and discussing these 2 applications, holistically. I don't know if that explanation is good, but that's what I've got. So, but no decisions have been made yet.
All right. Do we
Mike?
know who was present at that meeting where it was decided to make it 2 buildings? Do you know how that came up? I never heard anything of it.
I don't think anyone has addressed that here. The only thing Joyce, I do spend time and go back and look at, our prior meetings. And I went back to the April 13th, 2019 meeting, which I think was probably the last time that we addressed clear space in the planning commission. Okay. And I find it a little bit hard to criticize ClearSpace for coming up with the proposal that they have now, utilizing 2 buildings, because in all honesty, there was a pretty clear suggestion by some members of the planning commission at that time that they should look at thinking outside the box. Could they actually put 2 buildings on the land, given the amount of land that they had to work with? And there was discussion back and forth between Susan Gay, Paul Hurdle, myself, and Jeff Trunzo with Wesley Paulson at that meeting. And he did indicate that they had internally considered the possibility of perhaps doing 2 buildings instead of just 1. But I think we sort of encouraged them to go back to the drawing board and at least go back and look at that possibility again. And I went back and listened to that 3 or 4 times to be sure that I was hearing it correctly. And so
We also,
I think conceptually that's where it came up.
Okay.
And I think perhaps they decided to run with it, but I don't know how it actually came about.
Okay. We also asked them if they would consider another location that might be more conducive to this type of building, but that wasn't addressed. Okay, thank you, Rick. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and also Joyce, to your comments, the public also asked them those things, and the overarching request from the Planning Commission was for to meet the code, to be code compliant, and we did suggest they go back to the drawing board, be more creative, and in terms of the separation into two buildings, they did that, which is allowed. Precisely meeting the code, like with Bellhaven. I don't think it was the intent to make the project worse than it was to, make it code compliant so that we can move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mike.
Where do we go from here?
I think Mike had his hand up.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see it.
Mike, you need to unmute.
Yeah, I just got it now from Max.
Okay.
Going along with Jeff's comments, and I remember going back to those meetings, is to make it code compliant. And I know I probably beat this horse all the time, but meeting the code means two pieces. It means the building and zoning code, and it means the CDP. That's code compliant. You can end up being compliant with one and totally be the antithesis of the other, and vice versa. And there's no guarantee.
Is it outside the CDP?
I'm sorry, what?
Is it outside the CDP?
Is it out, what do you mean? Is it outside?
I'm saying, is it not compliant with our CDP?
It may not be. That's all I'm saying.
I don't see it. I mean, I've been at the CDP since 2010 working on this. I don't see where it's not compliant.
It may be non-compliant from the standpoint of, and I'll quote the code, and this is really where it gets to be difficult. I don't know the answer, by the way. And that's I like to do things based on facts and evidence and not based on what my preference may be. Under Title 22, Chapter 3, 301 of the code, it talks about the density, location, and use of buildings, structures, and land for trade, industry, residence, and other purposes. So it's very broad. And in this particular case, and I agree, I think ClearSpace should be applauded for having come up with a solution that creates a campus. But there's still a few things that need to be addressed to make sure that going forward, it ends up being a great decision and not a decision that 10 years from now or 5 years from now, the public and everyone else looks at it and says, my God, what the hell were they thinking? Why didn't they take into account X, whatever X might be? In this particular case, Rick referred to the transportation study, the traffic study. And when that comment was originally made, and when the city manager talked to DelDOT, which is how they approach traffic studies, this is something which I actually think that we can get from existing data on the traffic. My concern is more on mobility, the totality, and its location in relationship to where it is, around it, as opposed to where they're currently located. And so it may turn out it's not an issue, but based on my experience in transportation, I think there is going to be some issues because it's now going to be located essentially just up from a roundabout on a 2-lane highway. And the way it's currently laid out, I think there is a need for some ability for drop off that gets off the main road for just a bit. Now, on the other hand, as I said earlier, and this is the concept of thinking out of the box, there is a mass problem with this structure where it's located. Although, as a practical matter, because we don't have form zoning, the people that live behind this facility, that's one of the risks of owning property that it is adjacent to potentially commercial property, is that you may end up with something that you don't like, and there's not a darn thing you can do about it. However, we can at least ask, which is one of the reasons that we're supposed to do this as planners on the Planning Commission, is there are alternatives that may satisfy the needs of all or satisfying all the needs of all. in a better fashion. And that's the reason I suggested earlier, although there's no requirement to do this, as opposed to parking, they originally had designs that had underground parking, is why not consider making the mass of the building in height a little less by having the theater partially underground without changing the other characteristics. In doing so, it would then alleviate some of the concerns, maybe all of the concerns, I'm not sure, that those that live in the residential area have voiced objections to, which was in the notes and as well as some people had already stated today. So those comments apply to this parcel as well as to the next parcel. So I would essentially say the same thing when that one comes up, is that 2, a mobility study should be carried out, and that can be carried out by the applicant. It doesn't have to, it's not a Del Dot issue per se. What I'm recommending is that it be done by the applicant, and they may have a consultant that may do that, or they may have folks that can do that as well, because it's reasonable in how they approach it. The other part is, I think there is some consideration should be given to the structure, so to reduce its mass vertically, which seems to be a major issue to the people that live on the surrounding area. And that would apply to the other parcel as well. It would be essentially the same. So looking at it from the standpoint of the future, and I support and agree conceptually as a cultural institution, I think it's very important to Rehoboth, but it blends in with all the other characteristics of what's important to Rehoboth. And it's an easy one. It's not an easy one. Thank you.
Yes, Mark.
No, I'm thinking about the hotel that's going to go up, or maybe go up, on Baltimore Avenue. Are we going to, is it our decision to decide how many feet you go back? What about those 9 people that live back on Maryland? I mean, it's the thing, you buy a piece of property, and I get these discussions, but this is, you talked about having a meeting on April 19th of last year, which I listened to. And it's a year and 3 months now, and 4 months. If we wanted them to do that, why? I don't understand that, like today, when this, I do believe approving or not approving, but if you approve it and say, yes, I'd like you to consider a drop-off zone or these kind of things, but just to start thinking about a months-long traffic study or other things when we have had this for 15, 16, 17 months, and we gave all the guidance. I believe in rules too. I'm not in the ethereal here. So I hear it all, and I think I love Dogfish, but Dogfish has 3 businesses in a row that has in any given night brings hundreds and hundreds of more people a block away, and traffic and people. And as do I put 450 on a good night, thank God, on a Friday or a Saturday night, right on Baltimore Avenue, right? But they park the distribution. Everybody that comes to this theater is not going to park 2 things away. They couldn't. They still will. They'll go to dinner first and then walk up. We have to, if we want to do something, we should think about asking them or but this idea that we will push something back and say, come back to us again and miss a whole building season. Like I'm sitting here as a business at Jam that is 3 years in a row not built a hotel, right? And I keep renting properties because I'm going to build a hotel, and the negotiation with the city doesn't happen. I mean, it's not my negotiation. I'm a renter, but this is 3 more years down the line. I mean, where else would we put this building? People suggest, couldn't you put it in another location? Where would that be? It's a not in my backyard type of thing. Right.
Thank you, Mark. Jeff?
Yeah, so to Mike's comments and to Mark's comments as well, one of the questions about a traffic study and mobility, and I'm glad Mike is refocusing the word for us. At one of the earlier meetings, ClearSpace did bring to us motility data. And I remember, I can't remember the numbers, of course, but I remember being astounded by the number of people that arrive as pedestrians on foot. And quite a number carpool in, or they come to a theater performance with friends. So it's not like single occupancy driver, you know, going to a job or things like that. But they had numbers that were very, very compelling. And I think that we should really focus on the narrow that Mike is focusing us on. You know, the movements to and from the theater and how they occur in groups, on foot, in carpools. And I think that would go a long way to addressing some of these questions. That might even be a condition when we get to that point today that we think about.
Right. I agree. And you know, I don't recall the exact percentages either, but I may have these reversed somehow, but it seemed to me as though the survey that ClearSpace had done of their patrons was that somewhere in the neighborhood of 30% walked, and others carpooled, and some took public transportation. So yeah, it was pretty varied means of how people came to the theater. I guess it would be fair at this point. We've been talking a lot. I'd like to give the applicants a chance to respond to what they've been hearing. They've been sitting patiently by here, I think, and I'd like to hear their comments on what they've heard, how they feel they may have addressed some of the concerns that have been raised today in the current plan, or if they have any thoughts on what additional steps they could take to you know, address the concerns that we've been talking about, the things that Mike's talked about, and others. And so I don't know who from ClearSpace, Wesley, Paul, if you want to do that. And we do need, and can we unmute Barry Covington? I think he has been wanting to say something. Barry?
Thank you.
Did you want to say something first?
Me, Barry?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of go back to the CDP and also the community survey that we did to confirm. I think most people believe in ClearSpace and want to make it happen, but according to the survey on question 29, the question was, should Rehoboth Beach promote the following? Arts, 85% strongly agree. Cultural events, 80% strongly agree or just agree. And in the first sentence on the executive study of the CDP, I'm reading in quotes now, it says, cities and regions that thrive in the 21st century will be identified by their lively neighborhoods and business districts, cultural and recreational attractions. And then finally, a priority action item of the 2010 CDP on page 14 states, with Main Street and the Chamber of Commerce encourage and assist interested property owners in the creative redevelopment of properties on Rehoboth Avenue and its connecting streets. So I think that the CDP is encouraging us to do something to improve the cultural atmosphere within Rehoboth Beach, and also to do something on Rehoboth Avenue.
Thank you, Barry. Okay, over to representatives from ClearSpace. Wesley or
Hey, you guys have to mute yourselves or on one microphone.
Or is Debbie still available? Who? Do we
I've
have
unmuted everybody that I can.
Hi. Hang on, we got to do the sound thing again. I want to thank you all for your comments. In random order, our traffic study consistently shows that 30% of our patrons travel to the theater either on foot, public transportation, carpool, bicycle, Uber. The fact that parking is now free at the dart lots and persons of a certain age can ride each way for 80 cents, I believe will have an additional impact on our transportation, what I don't want to call it study, but I think that's going to have a positive impact on the number of people who bring cars into town. At one of our many meetings last year, Commissioner Colosi said, ClearSpace does not have a traffic problem. Rehoboth has a traffic problem. So I'll just leave that there. At one of our many meetings last year, the chief of police came and said at that time he saw no concern with the number of people coming out of the building right at the time a show lets out, and that the crowd tends to disperse. We've noticed that people at the current site tend not to all flow out at once. They stop and gather on the plaza to talk about, are we going to the boardwalk? Are we going to go across the street for a drink? They go to the stage door to meet the actors. We're not putting 256 people out on the street. Our average attendance is about 60% of capacity. So we don't expect, although we would enjoy having 256 people in the theater every night, the reality is we also do plays on touchy subjects such as suicide and ovarian cancer that tend to draw much smaller houses. So I think it would be helpful to consider an aggregate number of people or an average versus every single night, 256 people. One of the commenters talked about a rooftop restaurant. I'm not sure where that came from. Right now, the only things on the roof are air conditioners. We'd be happy to do a traffic study if we had the time. A comment was made about the fact that our lease has been extended for 5 years. Well, today I walked into a building with a roof that is leaking like a sieve in one particular area and has been a perennial problem for the last 2 years. I can't wait to get out of this building. In addition, the landlord has offered to extend our lease, but he has a couple of terms in the lease that are, use the term, poison pill. Regarding the architectural comments, we'd be happy to talk further about that and consult with the architect. We're having difficulty with technology here, but there is a rendering that shows the theater up against the arc. And remember that we are up against that wonderful architecture. And again, I'll leave that there at that. I've heard a lot of talk about the CDP and architectural standards. And I have to say that no time in this process has anybody handed us a manual that said, oh, here's the 2 booklets, you need to follow this checklist. Perhaps that falls on our architect and I can have that discussion with her later. But in the meantime, I would like to make you aware of that. I'm trying to think of anything else. We looked at lowering the building, but that would create additional cost. We're working on a pretty tight budget now, and that would create an additional cost. It would create accessibility issues. We finally have a design right now where people with mobility issues can come right in off the street at grade level and walk right into the theater and take their seats. Lowering the building would require, again, mobility issues, because I would imagine it would be something like a split level house and you'd have people who have mobility issues having to either take transit up or down to move about in the building. And that slows things down for us. I'm not sure if there's anything else I need to say, but I think that's, I'll leave it at that and be on to further questions. I do thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Colson. And I guess I have a question for our building inspector, and I'm glad you raised you made the comment about the rooftop restaurant or dining or whatever, because I was scratching my head trying to figure out where that was, that I missed it in the plans. There was also another comment made that there were some variances that were being asked for. As I understand it, Mr. Molina, there are no variances required for what's being proposed. Is that correct? Can we unmute Mr. Molina?
I'm attempting to.
I got it.
There you go.
Can you hear me? No, there's no request for variances or any variances identified that will be required.
Okay, thank you.
And the issue of rooftop, there's no evidence of any proposal or in the drawings for an assembly on the roof. And that will be in the next in the spotlight. I have a concern with that. That can be addressed later.
I'm sorry, Dom, you weren't coming through clearly.
I said that the rooftop, there's in clear space, that's not an issue. There is a potential in spotlight. I'll address that in my presentation.
On the second building, he's saying.
Yes, on the second building.
Okay, well, I thought we were discussing these in their entirety at this point and not as separate individual applications. But I mean, so what is the issue there, Dom? And
okay, on the front of the building, there is let me get that. In the front of the building on the third floor, there's access to a rooftop. They indicate that it's going to be used for access to the roof for mechanical purposes, but there's also a possibility that it could be used for assembling folks, either for open air event or things of that nature.
have they expressed an intent to do that?
No, they identified as not to be used, but I leave that to the planning commission to take under consideration. Strongly emphasize that that space is not to be used.
Okay. Mr. Paulson?
Yes.
Can you address the matter that Mr. Molina just brought up? Is it your intent to use the rooftop space at the Spotlight building for event purposes or anything other than what is clearly identified now for HVAC and whatnot?
We have no intention to use that space. Frankly, it's too small, and it also then requires a variety of other architectural things that would need to be addressed. So we do not plan to use that space for that purpose.
So you wouldn't be opposed to us imposing a condition along those lines?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you. I guess at this point, I would like to propose about a 5-minute recess. I, for one, could use a bathroom break and give everyone else an opportunity as well. So if we could just take a brief recess here for about 5 minutes, and if everyone on video would just bear with us, we'll be back to you very shortly.
You have low bat.
Yeah. Wasn't that?
Ladies first.
but everybody can hear you.
All right.
can hear you.
Max, can we perhaps in 2 minutes open things back up again, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, do we have all the commissioners back?
I am back and on video.
Wow. Hey, you didn't grow a beard in the interim.
I've got a very smart wife.
Joyce, are you with us? Did we lose Joyce?
I have a lot fewer participants now.
Yeah, there's 24. There's 33 before.
Steve Kaufman is still here.
Rick, I don't think Joyce is on anymore.
Okay. Can someone give her a buzz and see if she meant to drop off? I'll try to call. Okay, do we have all the commissioners? I think,
I'm here.
okay, Joyce will not be continuing in the meeting. She has to get back to the memorial service. Let's, if everyone's prepared to move forward, I guess, you know, we've sort of been discussing this matter holistically as a campus type thing, but Dom does have a separate building inspector report with respect to the Spotlight application, which is the second agenda item under new business. Dom, do you want to go forward with that and provide your input there? And we'll go to the applicants and see if they have anything further to add as a result.
Yes, I can do that. You want me to begin now?
Yes, please.
Okay. The Spotlight Rehoboth, case number 0620-03. Address is 417 Rehoboth Avenue. Parcel is 234-13.2-166.00. This based on zoning, based on the zoning under section 270-13-3E, if falls as a C1 tier 3 use. The lot size is 5,000. The FAR permitted is 10,000. The FAR proposed is 9,150. My FAR coverage is at 9,949 square feet, 1 foot. The height of the building, which is 3 stories, will come in at on the section 270-28 will come in at 41 feet 8 inches. Lot coverage under section 270-21C. It's 100% permitted. Their coverage will be 87.8% proposed. The rear setback under section 270-25A require a 5-foot buffer. I believe they also have a 10-foot buffer with half of that being paved. Refuse storage under 270-27. Well, the proposal was not on the original plan, is not identified. They've revised it and they're going to put it on the side of the building, on the east side of the building of the exterior. The minimum parking under section 275-35 is not required based on the use and building size.
Okay, thank you, Dom.
Okay.
I'd like to, do any of the commissioners have any questions for Dom at this point? Okay, seeing none, then I'd like to ask the applicant if they want to make any further comments about this particular proposal for Spotlight.
Hang on. I think the Spotlight building is a much more simpler design. It has 2 theater spaces, which are permitted. I know there's sometimes people wonder about a square room being called a theater, but those are things where you would have plays and events for small groups. Again, I talk about our plays that we've done about ovarian cancer and homophobia and suicide, and those don't attract large crowds in the first place, and they would certainly be much more amenable in a smaller theater, which then allows energy efficiency because we're not using a big theater for a small crowd. And the same is true of the space on the roof, not roof, excuse me. I don't mean to say roof, bad word. The 3rd floor is designed for productions for children, so it'd be more children friendly. That's about all I'll say for the building. I'm happy to answer questions.
What's the seating capacity of these smaller theaters?
Say again, I'm sorry.
What is the seating capacity in these smaller theaters?
I'd say it would depend on how we set it up, but I would say it would be 60 or it would be very small, probably around 60. Mostly on folding chairs or loose chairs. It's very small.
And I guess from a scheduling standpoint, do you foresee that you would be having performances in these theaters at the same times as you are having performances in ClearSpace?
No, because of the requirements that we have to run one theater or the other would be difficult to have both going at the same time.
Okay.
If you're familiar with Arena Stage, and I think Signature Theater in the DC area, sometimes they do that. They use a smaller house or a different house for productions. The same is true with Alney Theater, has their old main stage and a new main stage where they sometimes use one or the other because it's better suited to the production at hand.
Right, yeah, I'm familiar with those as well. Do any of the commissioners have any, is that it, Mr. Paulson?
Yes, sir, that's it for now, but still happy to take questions.
Okay, any of the commissioners have any further questions about Spotlight proposal? Mike?
Yeah, my comments are similar to what I said on the other theater, but to Mr. Paulson, I'd like to let you know that there is no checklist when you looked at the CDP that you can look at, because there isn't one. It's very amorphous, but it speaks to the collective, which is what it addresses as opposed to the building and zoning code. I would mention though, and I think it again, because you have to look at this as a totality, in my opinion. From the mobility standpoint, I think because of where it is located, and notwithstanding all the other development that's around it and the ARC and et cetera, that you may want to consider something that permits some reconfiguration. It may involve working with the city directly with regard to how the sidewalk right now, which is very linear and goes in front of your property, to permit some fashion where buses, cars, or whatever can move over and in to get off the main drag for dropping people off aesthetically. And it may, I don't know. Right now, from the mobility issue, you quoted the stats, and I remembered those from the previous presentation. And my concern there is the aggregate mobility. It isn't, and I don't want to get DelDOT involved in this because it's not that issue, but it is the mobility issue in general, and the number of people that are going to be getting egress and access from your facility. Just a consideration.
Yes, we did a little bit of research, and there's a wedge parcel between the edge of the sidewalk and our property line. It is city property, and we have contemplated, it was the former railroad right away, if you want to know trivia. And we have talked about at some point perhaps being able to license that to facilitate either open space for our patrons, or, as you might suggest, I'm not using the right term, but pull-off spaces. So it really, it's one of these things where it's not something that, you want to have a $50,000 study, but I think it's more from a forward-thinking perspective of, with regard, it is a campus. And I think it has to be looked at a little bit differently. So even though we have to consider them as separate applications from the standpoint of the CDP, I think it mandates that we think about it in totality. Thank you.
Okay, any other commissioner questions, comments?
So my questions, again, build on Mike's. This time though, what I don't see as compared to last time is the loading dock function. So there is a large provision in the original plan for loading and unloading sets, large things. It involved a tricky backing in of a truck off Rehoboth Avenue, which people had concerns about. Now with trash, I assume everything is simply being wheeled to the curb, and we have no dedicated space to park any vehicle that's loading or unloading things that are coming to the theater. I'm talking about things, not people. Is my impression correct, or is there something here that I didn't see?
This is Wesley. Yes, you are correct. We have a larger door area so we can move things in and out. It is not our mission to bring in large road shows. It would require a tractor trailer of sets for something as big as Les Mis or Phantom of the Opera or Hamilton even, I guess, should that day ever come. So there is no large loading area there. We've allowed for a door area that would just make it easier for us to get stuff in and out of the building that without going through the lobby. But there's no loading dock per se, and it's not our business model to do, as I said, bring in a road show of large pieces. Most sets that we have are built on site or are prefabbed off site and might be put together final stage in the theater itself.
Great, thank you.
Okay, I think at this point I'd like to open it back up for public comment. And I would ask that comments be limited to.
Hi, this is Maria Weber. I was going, how are you? Yes, hi, how are you? Lee said that.
Who's that?
I had to mute Lee Weber.
Oh.
Okay, are we okay to go to public comment now? Lee, are we losing you?
I think his wife or someone was on the phone with him in the car.
Oh.
There he is.
Okay, let's open, as I said, open this back up to public comment again. I would request that the public comments be limited to this particular application, which is for Spotlight, which is a separate building. Again, we have a 3-minute limit on public comment. I'll run through the list and see who is still here. I notice we're down to only 23 participants, just lost another one. But let me go ahead and start with Mark Betchkel. Mark, are you still with us?
He's not online anymore.
Okay, Thomas Lauder.
Hi, this is Robert Lauder. I just want to say that I really appreciate the thoughtful comments made by the commissioners, and I feel like there's forward motion with ideas that could perhaps serve the community and those of us whose properties will be touching the clear space property. But in Mr. Paulson's comments, he did not say anything about, again, nothing about direct neighbors and our neighborhood. And someone mentioned the one property that is directly behind clear space. There are actually 3. So I would like clear space to note that the neighbors behind them still expect some opportunity to speak with them and to do some negotiations over things like, I love the idea of a green wall, insulation of HVAC systems, pushing those systems to the front of the building as opposed to the back of the building, things that could significantly impact our quality of lives. And I appreciate the commission's thinking about a small homeowners as well as the larger theater. So thank you.
Thank you both. Maine Gilligan.
She's no longer on the line.
Okay, did Tom Evans or Sturgis Dodge come on?
No, they did not. Jan Conacy is no longer on the meeting. Susan Gay is no longer on the meeting. Michael Bednarek is on.
Yes, okay. Mr. Bednarek?
Yes, it's Michael Bednarek. And I just wanted to briefly say, as you may recall, when I initially commented, I live about 1,000 feet from where this project is proposed, and I walk by almost every day. And one thing that has just struck me when people, along over the year, plus that people have talked about this, is the idea that it doesn't fit or it's out of scale. Others have mentioned it. There is the Arc, which is much taller and much more massive than this proposed building. And then there's, the NT Nails laundromat which is building, which is not the shining star of Rehoboth by any stretch. And sadly, we have the most dilapidated Royal Farms in Sussex County. I don't know if anything can be done about that, but I think I recognize people have different tastes. I love the proposed appearance of this, and I think it's a great fit, great upgrade, I would say, not necessarily a fit, because I wouldn't want to fit with what we have now. So anyhow, I just wanted to say that just as a demonstration that, people have different views as to aesthetics. And I don't think it's really the position of the city to necessarily try to impose an architectural review on the entire city, which I view as kind of an infringement of our rights. I live in another community that has architectural review, and it has its purpose, but in the whole town, I'm not a fan of it. So anyhow, thank you again very much for your service and for having this meeting.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Is Suzanne Good still with us?
I do not believe so.
Gary Clapp?
He is on.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, I'm here. I guess two things at this point. I think I'm still unconvinced that this isn't one facility and it should provide parking as required by the zoning ordinance. And that's a statement. And then secondly, one of my other questions was about Clear Space's plans to rent the facility to third parties and for what purposes? Could they address that?
I have noted that from your earlier comment and intended to ask about that. Was there anything else, Gary?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, we will inquire about that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Swift? No? Oh, he is. John Swift? There is.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So yeah, the biggest concerns were the height of the building is 42 feet, even though it's stepped up. It steps in the front, but in the back it's not. It's sheerly 42 feet tall. That, and then in the old plans, basically there was a hallway, and then there were offices, and basically some space, and then another wall, which prevented some of the noise basically penetrating through the structure. But right now there's basically a wall and then our backyard. So there's nothing in the plans showing what they're going to build out of and how they're going to basically mitigate the noise for these performances. And those were probably the biggest concerns about the structure. One other thing was the two theaters. One, I guess Wesley indicated, Ms. Paulson, that there's going to be 60 in one and 256, I believe, is the seating for the other one. So he said that basically there won't be two performances going on at once, whether it be Clear Space and Spotlight or any other organization. Is that correct?
Wesley Paulson, can you respond to that question?
Yes, that's correct.
Great, thank you.
I guess Wesley, while you're still on, could you also respond to the question that Gary Classic asked about twice now as to whether or not you're going to be renting to third parties?
We would anticipate rental to third parties who are compatible with our mission. We're not having tribute bands and things like that. Two of the things we've talked about, our Browse About Books has been looking for a space to hold book talks. Their facility is very limited, and they have been interested in, we might do something with that. And another opportunity might be Coastal Concerts. Not where I want to be clear, we are not planning to draw them out of Lewis in their market, but they have opportunity to bring an artist in and maybe have them in Rehoboth. So, but we don't look at out and out rentals or like tribute bands come to mind and things like that. We need to use the theater for our own purposes.
Okay.
Is that helpful?
Yes, it is. Hopefully that is responsive to Mr. Classic's question. Is Marie Hatkovich still on with us?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Shranowski was on, but not on my list. Is he still with us?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, well, I guess turning back to the commissioners, we need to decide how we're going to move forward. First of all, I want to ask if you are all comfortable with the fact that we sort of consolidated, if you will, discussions for efficiency purposes here, looking at this as a campus, but with the clear understanding and recognition that we need to ultimately, when it comes to decision-making, consider these each as a separate application. Are you comfortable with the discussion that we've had, given that format?
Yes.
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 Okay. So now I guess we get down to the hard aspects of this, and that is, you know, we need to tell ClearSpace something. And there have been a lot of very useful comments from the public and commissioners, and feedback also from the ClearSpace representatives. Seems to me that at least in my view, we should move this forward to a public hearing, but I think we need to give some recommendations and to ClearSpace to think about a few things that they may be able to address before it comes to us before a public hearing.
Is that something that we make a motion and then we, I don't mean load it up, like Chris, but where we make a motion and say we move it to the July 24th and say, please consider this. Yeah.
Well, I think the approach that we follow, and Mr. Mandel, correct me if I'm wrong, is you know, that we can make recommendations, suggestions to them, and we can do that in written form if the applicant desires, and it does not have to be part of a motion. Is that correct?
That's right. What I'd anticipate is that it'd just be a motion to move the application to each application, individual motions, to a public hearing, and then you could set the date for the public hearing. And a second step, you can consider your calendars. But as far as recommendations that you might want to present to ClearSpace based upon what you've heard, that's something that, you know, the officers could probably work on outside of this public meeting to provide some guidance.
Okay. I've been trying to keep tally on a number of the recommendations from the commissioners, and let me just first run through what I've got here. One is to consider some type of buffer for the residential properties, whether that's greenery or some other privacy fencing, and including sound, noise mitigation.
And one thing that I just for the benefit of the newer commissioners, that I just want to verify that this is correct, but I know that it's correct that they have a right to build with a 5-foot setback in the backyard, right? 42 feet. That's what's allowed. That's what we saw the first time.
That's right.
The ClearSpace may or may not have emphasized this in the way they want to. And I understand that now the continuous back of both properties, Spotlight and ClearSpace, they have doubled that buffer to 10 foot.
Correct.
Yes.
So
Correct.
I want to make sure that the record says that is one thing that has already been done.
Right. Thank you, Jeff. One thing we do want for the next round, assuming we go there, is full architecture scale drawings, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see, and you're gonna look at whether or not there's something artistic you might be able to do with the facade to make it somewhat more attractive. At least give some thought to that. I know we've talked a lot about the traffic analysis. And if ClearSpace has any further information on that, I think it would be a good idea to share that with us and take into account particularly the comments that Commissioner Strange made as he has brought us forward to thinking about mobility and not just traffic, meaning cars, and some of the comments that he just made also and that Jeff has made about you know, the pickup and drop off possibilities, and provide us with any information that you may have with any discussions you've had with the city and or DelDOT regarding potential for doing something there. Obviously, we realize it's a complicated formula to get to any of that because of DelDOT's, you know, they have control over Rehoboth Avenue, and the city doesn't have full and clear ability to do that. I would also suggest that you provide an updated, detailed description of programming and times of performances. I think that would be helpful to us in considering the mobility aspects of this and the safety aspects of, you know, a full site plan application. I do want to note that the city is embarking on a wayfinding program, which hopefully will be helpful, both with respect to parking as well as to overall mobility, so that people, you know where they need to walk and where they need to cross streets, et cetera. Let's see. I know we've discussed the possibility of doing something to reduce the height of the building by lowering, by putting part of it underground. I think Mr. Paulson addressed that just recently and indicated that they have looked at that, but that the cost is prohibitive. We're going to be looking, I believe, at a condition that we will probably impose that the rooftop of the Spotlight building not be used for entertainment purposes or anything other than what is described in the plans that you submit. And have I missed anything, my fellow?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I had a couple other notes too. You've checked off many of the ones I have, but I heard this a couple of times, so I think it would be really great if the ClearSpace folks could address the neighborhood analysis, you know, the folks that they spoke to. I heard that a couple of times. It would be great to get that, a summary of that feedback, or, you know, the efforts that they took there. And the other one that I also have here is, you know, just because we're in COVID, this also came up, you know, just their thoughts, obviously related to, you know, COVID and coming through this recovery of COVID as well. You know, what is the impact as it relates to seating or?
What?
Okay. Yeah, I do want to.
Excuse me, Chair?
Yes.
Could you have Rachel repeat that? Because I could barely hear her.
Sorry, my
Me too.
volume was all the way up. I had two things. The first was if we could have ClearSpace provide the feedback on the neighborhood study that they did. That came up a few times here on the call, and I also saw some feedback on that. And secondly, just their thoughts, you know, obviously with COVID, right? What are some of the different aspects they're thinking of as it relates to use of the facility, seating, etc.
Okay, thank you.
Was that better?
Yes, very much.
Thank you, Rachel. On one of those points, you know, I want to say to the folks at ClearSpace, I would strongly encourage you to reach out to, you know, the residents on Sussex Street who have expressed such concerns, and they're legitimate concerns, and they are understandable. I keep hearing over and over again their frustrations that they don't feel that you've done that, or at least haven't done that adequately. And I think you do yourselves a disservice by not doing a better job at that. And I would like, you know, when you come back, assuming that we decide to move this forward to a full site plan review, that you will be able to report to us what you have done and, you know, at least, you know, provide us with some information on the discussions that you've had with those folks, and in particular, how you have addressed responding to still their remaining concerns with respect to sound, you know, noise mitigation, doing something to the back of the building. I do appreciate the fact that you've moved this, you know, another 5 feet from the rear line setbacks for a total of 10. I think that was, you know, a good move on your part. But, you know, there's nothing better than maintaining good personal relationships, you know, with your neighbors. And I just feel you need to do more of that.
I'd like to build on that comment from Rachel and Rick. Particularly, there were many comments from the neighborhood, but I made a note of one from Ruth Eisenberg at 93 Sussex. She said that she has no off-street parking, and parking is a problem for the entire summer season. She never knows if she can park anywhere near her home. So that's a condition that I would imagine the neighborhood could possibly arrange themselves around, and maybe even ask the city to prohibit parking except for residents only where these conditions exist. And I don't know how many streets or blocks are like this, but, you know, some of the thought needs to consider what the neighborhood reasonable reactions might be to this kind of thing. Some of the streets may become not available during the season.
Yeah, and I think that, Jeff, I agree with you, and I think that's a very legitimate point to make. I've suggested from time to time, perhaps not formally, but informally with folks in town, that they consider the possibility of establishing permitted parking zones for residents in certain areas where, for example, this person at 93 Sussex, and I noted that letter as well, who has no off-street parking, and Sussex is, you know, in very close proximity as it is to some existing commercial businesses on Rehoboth Avenue. You know, is there, obviously this has to involve the city, but I would encourage ClearSpace, and I would myself encourage the city to give some further consideration to whether or not they can establish resident tags for those areas and set hours when non-residents cannot park there. You know, this is done in many communities. You know, we had areas of Chevy Chase Village in Maryland where that was the case. Washington, D.C. Has it almost throughout the entire city.
Anywhere near a metro station.
Yes, and yeah, exactly, anywhere near a metro station. And so, you know, I think that's something that both, this has to be a public-private resolution. And as we've said, parking is, you know, Rehoboth's problem. But there are things that I believe can be done to ameliorate the inconveniences to our residents. And so, please put that on your list of things to consider, and any suggestions that ClearSpace might have to help the city, consider that as well.
Would that be
understand? I understand it's not within the control of
right.
ClearSpace. But.
I mean, wouldn't Maryland Avenue want to do the same?
Well, Maryland. Yes. Who is it?
I'm just saying, would it be for people that don't have parking? Or, I mean, if I was on Maryland Avenue and I had 15 restaurants around me, I would ask the city not to let anybody park on that either. Or Olive. I mean,
Yeah, my
I,
point in
where does
bringing
that
it up
end?
is, yeah, the present condition may not be the condition in the future. That's all. I'm just asking to think a little bit more broadly about, if it is to be built, that residents may take actions which are unexpected. Yeah.
can I comment, Rick?
Sure, of course, Steve.
First of all, I agree with all the points that you made. I think they were very well done. I just had two things I'd like to add. Since we are going to vote on these individually, I still think that we should condition, and assuming that we're going to move this forward, I think we should condition each approval on the other. In other words, that in order to move forward, they both need to be approved and they're conditioned on each other. And the only other point that I would make is with regard to this modality analysis, I didn't realize that they had done one before, but what I'd like them to do is update it with regard to the current location that they are seeking. I don't know whether it was here or not before, but that would not take a whole lot of additional costs. Whoever did the additional analysis could add a supplement to that. Those are my only comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Steve. I think with respect to the condition that each be approved, it's something that would be taken up at the point in time of a final site plan review. I don't know if that's anything that we need to put into this list, except to the extent that space needs to understand that.
Okay, I don't, that's probably right, but I thought we were supposed to vote on both of these today in terms of just moving them forward, so.
Well, yeah.
I'll do everything.
I guess, yeah, my only point on that is I could see, you know, perhaps one of them is ready to go to public hearing and maybe another one is not. You could still vote one to go to public hearing and hold off on the public hearing until the second one is maybe ready to go to public hearing, and then conduct the public hearing together. But I agree that conditioning them at the next step upon the approval of the other one is appropriate.
Glenn, is it possible to do a public hearing on both at the same time, or do they need to be separate?
You can do a public hearing on both of them at the same time. It would be very difficult, I think, in this instance to try to bifurcate them into two separate public hearings. I think the votes should be separate, but I do think that you could do a public hearing that addresses both applications.
That would be my recommendation. Thank you.
And is that public hearing with us? Is that public hearing with us or moving it somewhere else?
No, it's with us.
Okay. Just I didn't know what other steps we're talking about.
Yeah.
So just is the motion someone to make a motion to say that, or?
Right. If there aren't any other additions to our list, and I guess let me first ask the representatives from Clear Space and Spotlight. Given our list of items here that we've just articulated, how do you want? Are you satisfied with the oral recitation of those items? Do you want something in writing from the Planning Commission? How do you want to proceed on that? And secondly, are any of the things that we have just noted impossible for you?
Stephanie's has to be unmuted.
Yeah. Hi, this is Wesley. We are okay with the list that was just discussed in verbal. We would appreciate it in writing. Given the time constraint that we're under vis-a-vis the lease and the condition of our current building, we would like to move as expeditiously as possible. I would say I have concern about the cost and detail involved with a traffic survey that would be at our expense. So that is something that we'd have to take into consideration further away from this meeting, but I'd like to say that anyway. I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think what we were, and I don't know, I could, someone correct me if this is not our intention. I think we were recommending that you obtain as much traffic-related information as you can. I don't think we were seeking to impose on you getting a full traffic study done.
Correct.
Is that correct, Mike?
Yes, it's really mobility, and a lot of that data is that you can actually extract from DelDOT and the website. Then the other data you've already generated with regard to the characteristics in your current location, a lot of that can be then applied to your future location, taking into account the uniqueness of where it's located and the data that is available from DelDOT. So it's something that if you have some folks that are members of your organization that may have the competence to do that technically, it's not a lot of work. It does take hours and time. A lot of it's internet search, and that could be applied directly to your situation.
Okay. I guess one other thing that I want to add to the list is at least consider the possibility whether ClearSpace would be willing if there were conditions imposed that if you have hours of operation, particularly beginning and ending of your programs that could create a safety hazard for pedestrians or vehicles at the roundabout, whether or not you would be willing to hire extra duty police to monitor that and to help with safety issues.
If determined necessary, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's an agreeable condition. We can monitor that going forward and do what we need to do to keep people safe.
Okay, thank you. We have a new commissioner.
That's my dog. The male person is coming.
Okay, well, we will work on getting you the list in writing. I think Jeff and I probably handle that along with the city solicitor, and to get that to you as quickly as possible. Is there any further comments from the commissioners before we move to consideration of moving these applications forward to public hearing?
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
Hey, it's Lee. Hey, a question about the traffic study. I'm just curious, we've been talking about this traffic study since last spring. I'm just curious whether anyone at ClearSpace has spoken to any traffic consultants or gotten any proposals or have any idea what this would cost.
This is Wesley. We've not done that. And I had the thought sitting here as we recall what somebody said, I think it might have been the city manager, that a traffic study would have to be done at a peak time August. And we're in the COVID season where traffic numbers aren't going to be relevant. And so does that push us off for another year when we can track an appropriate peak season?
No.
We're still happy to look at the opportunity as a condition and report back at the hearing, but that's something I just had in mind. Thank you.
All right. Is there a motion to move to a public hearing, the application number 0620-03 ClearSpace Theater?
Yes, I make a motion for that application review for lots 137 and 139 to move it to a public hearing located at 415 Rehoboth Avenue.
Do we need to state the date?
Nope.
No, not in the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Then, Mr. Weber, could you take a roll call vote, please?
I think we lost him.
Yeah,
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Oh, there he is.
He's back.
He's back. Okay. Lee,
Just in time.
can we unmute Lee?
Are you there?
Lee?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, we lost you there for a moment. But we're in need of your secretary services.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second to move the Clear Space Theater application number 0620-3 to public hearing. And we need a roll call vote, please.
Okay. Mr. Trunzo,
Yes.
Mr. Covington,
Yes.
Mr. Hunker,
Yes.
Ms. Matcha,
Yes.
Miss Lucier, did she leave?
Yes.
She's up.
Absent.
Mr. Strange
Yes.
and Mr. Kaufman,
Yes.
and myself is a yes, and Mr. Perry.
Yes. The motion carries. Next is the consideration of moving to a public hearing. The application number 0620-03 Rehoboth Spotlight. Is there a motion?
Sure. I'll make the motion again that we move block number 141 Rehoboth Avenue, 417 Rehoboth Avenue to a public hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? There being none.
Sorry,
Nope.
Rick. I was just gonna ask, is it possible, or do we need to put in the motion that we'd like to have both public hearings or both projects discussed at one public hearing?
I don't think that's necessary, or
Okay.
No.
That's fine.
No.
Okay, that's it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Mr. Weber, could you do another roll call vote, please?
Sure. Mr. Trunzo,
Yes.
Mr. Covington,
Yes.
Mr. Hunker,
Yes.
Ms. Matcha,
Yes.
Mr. Strange,
Yes.
Mr. Kaufman,
Yes.
and Mr. Perry,
Yes.
and myself is a yes, and Miss Lucier is absent.
The motion carries. Thank you all. And we still have a couple of items on the agenda to cover.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
thank you. Just a moment to say thank you all for your time and effort. And we look forward to working with you once we receive the letter and the upcoming public hearing. I appreciate your time today.
Yeah, I do anticipate, assuming that you can get information back to us responsive to what we've discussed today, that the public hearing will be set at the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Planning Commission, which would be the second Friday of August, whatever date that is.
The 14th.
14th. Correct. Yeah, Friday the 14th of August. And thank you everyone from Clear Space Spotlight for your participation and for being responsive to our questions. Okay, so we'll move on to the remaining business that we have. Solicitor report.
The only thing I wanted to mention is that, as I noted last time, the Mayor and Commissioners are continuing to review gross floor area, how it's calculated under the code, and have an ordinance before them. They have set that for a July 17 public hearing at 2 p.m. And the current version of that ordinance will be posted soon. There's one modification they've asked me to make to it relating to subsurface parking, and that will be incorporated in the ordinance and posted soon at the city's website.
Okay, thank you. Somehow or another, I misplaced my agenda, but I think the next order of business would be future planning commission meetings. Possible agenda items. Well, I think we've already indicated that, in all likelihood, there will be a public hearing at our August 14th regular meeting on the two applications that we just set for public hearing. We'll have to determine at that point whether or not anything else can be added to that agenda, and also whether or not other applications are submitted that need to be considered.
Do you want to talk about our proposed special meetings?
Yeah.
What we need to do for the CDP?
Exactly. As I mentioned earlier, we do have and is holding aside a number of dates for us for special meetings, which Jeff and I have assumed would be devoted to CDP matters. Not to say that we couldn't, depending upon what may come before us or be filed, consider other things, but the purpose was really to focus on the CDP and move that forward, both in terms of consideration of draft proposals. I mean, we still need to get to our goals and strategies with Debbie and her plan. And what Jeff and I have discussed with her is that she would be prepared to do that at a special meeting, which, and correct me if I'm wrong, is what we have penciled in for a special meeting is the 24th of this month. Is that correct? Ann, are you with us?
Oh, I didn't realize you were asking me. Hold on a second.
Oh.
I think it's the 24th, but let's let her check. I think there's an extra week in here with August somewhere.
Yes, special meeting on the 24th.
What time?
I think we said 2 o'clock.
Okay. Put it on my calendar.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock?
Yeah.
Okay.
So does that work for everyone? And we'll obviously, check with Joyce,
Yes.
but is that good?
Yes.
Works for me.
Okay, and Clem says it works for him. So let's plan on a special meeting on the 24th of July, which will be dedicated to CDP matters, including an in-depth look at goals and strategies, and any other matters that we need to discuss in setting out a timeline for future actions, which would include establishing times for public input, expectations for number of drafts that we will have to consider, time periods established for responses from both internally, the members of the Planning Commission, as well as externally from members of the public once we get to a final draft, after we have presented it in a joint meeting with the Board of Commissioners. So there are a lot of things to get scheduled in a relatively short period of time. And Ann, could you just, for purposes of the full Planning Commission, there were, I think, another 3 dates at least that Jeff and I had talked with you about in terms of penciling in some special meetings. And I seem to recall we were trying to do it every Thursday after the mayor and commissioners' regular meeting since they stole our 2 o'clock spot on Fridays.
Okay, I have another one scheduled, or actually in holding right now, for a special meeting on August 28th at 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then there's, I believe the other one is in September.
25th.
Yes, September 25th at 2 o'clock.
Okay. How do those dates look for everyone?
Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry, August 28th at what time?
2.
At
2 o'clock.
And what was the one after that?
September 25th at 2 o'clock.
Hang on just a minute. September 25th is a Friday.
Yes. It's okay. It's also okay with, those dates are okay with the city solicitor.
Okay, with the regular meeting and the public hearings, since I'll have to get the public notices out soon, what time did you want to set the meeting for? 12 noon again?
This meeting, the regular meeting for the public hearings.
I thought we said 2 o'clock, no?
Say 2 o'clock.
On the 24th, sorry, the 24th, and then?
No,
Well,
I'm talking about the regular meeting in August.
No, we're talking about the August 14th regular meeting, which we have set as the hearing date for the Clear Space and Spotlight applications.
I thought you said that was July 24th.
No. July 24th is a special meeting for CDP.
Yeah, no, I see that. August 14th is.
I would say that we probably need to move it up from the standard 3 o'clock, since it's 4 hours now we're on this one. So it depends on how early anybody can go, but I'm pretty open that day.
How does 1 o'clock sound?
Yeah.
Think we can do 2?
So.
You need to go to 1.
Mike, what do you think?
I can do either.
Had a lot of conversation here today. I know there are still some questions to be answered.
I could do either.
2 hours is sufficient?
Jeff, what do you think? 1?
I think 1 is good.
Let's go with 1 o'clock, if that's okay. All right.
Does everyone mind just having a discussion about maybe us taking a few minutes sometime in the next couple of weeks, maybe 30 minutes with Max, and trying to iron out everybody's IT problems sort of once and for all? Because I mean, we did get people waiting today, and I know it's anxiety provoking and frustrating. I think if we can iron them out, we should maybe try a little bit harder as a group to do that.
I think that would be a good idea, and I'm sure that would also make Max very happy. And Max, maybe could you propose, you can send it to me, like a couple of different time periods, maybe, setting aside a half an hour, and let me circulate it to the members of the Planning Commission, see if we can settle on one of those half-hour slots, if you would do a little tutorial and get all this straightened out.
I certainly don't mind. We've done this before, but we can do it again.
Okay, yeah, I think, I don't know whether it's because of different, whether they're Macs or, other laptops or whatever, but or maybe it's the internet connections or browsers that people use seem to be creating some problems. Just if you could get those to me, Max, I'd appreciate it. Good suggestion, Jim. Any other commissioner comments?
Just one.
I just want to be sure, Rick, I just want to be sure the special meeting dates, July 24th, August 28th, And is it September 24th or September 25th?
September 25th.
Okay, that's a Friday, by the way. Just so you know.
Yeah, they're all Fridays. Okay. Mike, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to comment on when Glenn said we had to consider these two applications separately because in fact they were separate applications, even though it was a campus and it really is the totality. And I was racking my brain and I can't remember, maybe somewhere in the last 20 or 30 years, there was an example in another municipality where an extensive number of parcels were going to be developed as a campus. And the developer got significant concessions to do the quote campus, even though everything had to be approved in separate parcels because that's the way it was structured. The land was structured. And at the time it was executed, the developer got the first parcel fully approved with all the concessions. And then he said, well, I don't think we're going to go through with the other part of the projects. And the municipality was screwed because they had agreed had to do it as a single project. In this particular case, I think our code, although this may be the only time we'll see something like this in the next few years, if ever, our code really has failed us from the standpoint of being able to evaluate it as a totality because it is a totality in a campus. So just food for thought.
I think that goes to Steve Kaufman's point, though, that the approval, if you get to a point of approval after a public hearing, should be conditioned one project on the other one so that, you know, one only gets approved if the other one is ultimately approved. And you could go a step further and say, oh, one only gets built if the other one gets built, if you think
Right.
they're that, if they're, yeah, okay. And we
But
should keep
let me
that
just
in
say,
mind.
I don't think they can build. I don't think
Yeah,
they
that's
can
kind
build
of
both
right.
of them at the same time.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, what was that,
I
Mark?
don't think they plan on building them both at the same time. I mean, there'll be overlap, but I mean, it's X amount of dollars and about how much you can put out. I mean, I know they plan on building the large building first, then the second building second. So,
You can build in a time frame on that. You
What?
can build in a time frame on the.
Okay, then that's fine, but you know, it's not like you approve a house and then you force someone to build it, right? If they don't have the money, they don't have the money right now.
Usually you give 5 to 10 years for the second phase.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I just want to make sure that we're not in this, like, you have to break ground on both of these and spend every dollar and get all your loan from ag and everywhere, like, on day one.
Well, our approvals are time limited in any event.
Yes, they are. I think they're limited to a year.
Well, if you have to be, let me ask this question because I don't know. Do you have to begin your construction within a year approval, or do you have a time frame of like 3 years or something like that? What
I
is
think
our
you have
current?
Yeah, it's a 1 year begin. It's a 1 year begin. Yes, Ann?
I'd like to remind you about the time.
Yes. Okay, yes, we are 5 minutes over our allotted time. So, point taken, and that being the case, is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Peace.
You're opposed, Mike? Oh.
No. Peace.
No, okay. Motion carries. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.
Stay safe.
Have a good weekend.